So we'll get the show on the road this morning. So welcome to the 2nd of April draft annual plan hearing. I have an apology for lateness from Mayor Phil Major. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Thank you, Mark. Thank you, David. Does anyone have any declarations of interest? No, thank you very much. Oh, yes, you've got Summit Road. What's that one, Melanie? Summit Road and Museum for Councillor Cotter and Museum for Councillor Fields.
No, Rod Donald for me, but I didn't participate in this submission either, so, you know.
Okay, thank you.
And Museum for Cartwright.
And Museum for Councillor Cartwright. Thank you very much. So this morning, first up, we have Rod Donald Banks Peninsula Trust, and welcome to Shelley Washington and Francesca Brown, please. Thank you. Good morning, ladies, and welcome. You have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, my name is Shelley Washington and I'm the manager of the Rod Donald Banks Peninsula Trust. I am joined today by Francesca Brown, who's our deputy chairperson. As you all will recall, we were established by the council after the amalgamation with the Banks Peninsula District Council. Our vision is to create a thriving and enduring ecosystem of trails and regenerating landscapes. Our strategy is to focus on access, biodiversity and knowledge. We thank the Council for the operational and capital funding we received through the long-term plan. This provides us with enough financial stability to enable us to develop multi-year projects and also attract private donations and other grants. Due to our low overheads, we are value for money and help deliver Council strategies and plans. In the draft annual plan, we support the continued increased provision of the Climate Resilience Fund, increased funding for the Environmental Partnerships Fund, the proposed funding of the contestable community grants, maintaining the Biodiversity Fund at current level, and the funding for Pest-Free Banks Peninsula and Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust. Our key achievements have been in the area of securing access for walking and biking and protecting biodiversity. We've helped establish successful pest control programs. Thanks for agreeing recently to be the controlling authority for our new walking track, Te Kata, that will be opening soon to the public. This will be a very scenic track that showcases the stewardship of land and biodiversity by private landowners. It will give the residents of Little River a welcome boost after several months of floods and cancelled community events. It will provide the ability to run or walk from the township to places like the Rod Donald Hut and Diamond Harbour. Look out for your invites to the opening event. Also coming up in May is the Banks Peninsula Walking Festival. We usually hold this in February and March, but we had to postpone it due to the damage caused by the February storm. The February storm highlights the need and value of Council's Climate Resilience Fund, as well as the other Council programs. Apart from the impacts on homes, farms and businesses, one of the other impacts has been the large number of slips on popular walking and cycling tracks. We were pleased to be recently invited by Kura Tawhiti Canterbury Community Foundation to partner with them to facilitate a storm damage repair fund. This is to assist community groups like Te Ahu Pātiki, Living Springs, Autumn Bradley Park and Summit Road Society to repair tracks so that the community can enjoy them and conservation work can continue, because many of the walking and biking tracks are also used for the purposes of pest and weed control. Other projects we are working on include a research project with University of Canterbury, where they are going to help us to understand the sorts of people who would like to recreate on Banks Peninsula but don't currently, so we can understand what kind of barriers might be facing them and how to overcome those. We are also building a shelter near Mount St Clair and an additional bunkhouse at the Rod Donald Hut. The Rod Donald Hut, currently, to get a sort of a weekend booking for your family, you have to book several months, if not a year, in advance. So that's why we're going to add some more beds. We're also working on other new walking tracks, and we're starting a project to restore a salt marsh wetland by the rail trail. We have also recently received funding from central government to establish electric bike charging on the rail trail in Lincoln and Little River. And we recently added the head-to-head walkway to our Banks Peninsula Walks website. So thank you to Council for all the work you do and our opportunity to speak with you today. And that's us.
Thank you very much. It's a wonderful presentation. There's a lot on there and you've got a lot on your plate. It's great to see that. Have we got some questions? Thanks, Councillor Fields.
Thank you, Shelley and Francesca. Good to see you. I just saw tucked in there on a slide a track to Akaroa. I don't know if you can go back. Anyway, it was mentioned.
It's the slide before that, I think.
Oh, I mean, yeah, there you go, down at the bottom there. Question mark. Is that, you may not know the answer to this, but is that an opportunity to tie in with any proposed development of the wastewater scheme, Nakaroa, like in terms of the land holding that council has? Is there a,
Yeah, it definitely is, and we're already working on access negotiation with private landowners and council for creating a track between Robinsons Bay and Akaroa.
Right.
And there are several properties along there that the council already owns for wastewater. So it is an opportunity, yeah.
Right. It's like a path to the hot pools, isn't it?
Thank you. You mentioned adding to a new bunkhouse. How many more beds will you be adding to the bunkhouse?
It was going to be somewhere between 6 and 11. So we currently have 9 beds, but the toilets and kitchen facilities are already, they cater for up to 20. So 20 would be the most that we can do.
And it's really wonderful to hear that it's booked out so well in advance. If the Easter weekend is good, might be a few of us out in the hills this weekend. Councillor Kewen.
The weather's not good. It would have to be Friday.
Okay.
Big rush on Friday. So you now have a relationship with the Christchurch Foundation. Do you want to tell us how that's going?
Yes, it's quite new. They approached us about 2 weeks ago after hearing
Oh,
about...
really new?
You're really new. Yeah, they approached us about 2 weeks ago after hearing about the slips on tracks, and what they wanted to do is they were quite happy to help raise the funding, but they didn't really want to distribute the funding.
Right.
So they asked us if we would do that part. So they're going to raise some money, although ourselves as well as the other community groups and other organisations are also promoting it. And then once the kind of time frame is up, they're going to pass the donations on to us, and then when it's going to be our responsibility to fairly and transparently share those amongst the community groups. And because we already have a very good relationships with all those other groups and understand what's happened, because we also have walking tracks and we have slips. So, yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Johansson.
Yeah, thank you for the submission and the update on the really awesome work that you do. Just reflecting on like the 30th anniversary of the death, and have you done any work around or research into the value that you've created by the way in which you've operated? I mean, I'm just thinking like of all the wonderful stuff that you're telling us and sharing with us, but is that captured anywhere around the impact that you've had in the time that you've been going and what you've managed to be able to achieve?
It's a good question, isn't it?
Other than the smiles on the faces of the people that are doing the walk.
Yeah, I don't think anything's been captured formally, but I think it's a good thing for us to consider. We've just introduced funding for research projects, and so we've got the one this year which we focused on accessibility because Rod Donald was really into making tracks and making the outdoors accessible, but that's an opportunity probably for us to look at how we can measure impact over the time that we've been in.
That would be really useful, given that we're having a discussion about cutting some funding towards different initiatives. The way in which we can understand the value that's been created by the funding that we've given, I think, over time would be quite interesting.
Yeah, and it might be helpful for you to check in with Christchurch NZ and that they're working on ways in which you can value the stuff that's difficult to value. So that would be a useful connection. We have got time for one more question if anyone's got something. Thanks, Nathaniel.
It's actually not a question. I just want to say thank you so much for everything you do. I love Rod Donald Hut and walking those ways. It's just such lovely memories of it, and it's just like really fantastic. So thank you. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Nathaniel. So thank you very much, Shelley and Francesca. Thanks for the effort you put into your submission and your presentation. Thank you. Have a great day. And next we have Dorinda. Good morning, Dorinda, and welcome.
Good morning.
How are you?
I was expecting to be here this afternoon, and so I was going to spend this morning preparing, but never mind.
You've got 5 minutes. The floor's yours.
I think this is pretty. I've actually been looking around for Gary Moore and his morning tea trolley. You know, I've been coming to the council for long enough to remember that. Yeah. So
Budget cuts.
I have been asked by Anthony Wright to make a submission about the museum. I have to declare I have some family interest in the museum in the sense that some of my relatives are represented in there, but also that I would say that my early education was through the museum, and I would like to extend that to this generation as soon as possible. I had an uncle who worked in there, and as a very young child, I was set in front of the bug drawers in a dark room. And, you know, this sort of thing, the museum is offering us a new opportunity for education, but also for our visitors. And I know there's a big shortfall. I understand, and since I was asked to do this, I have talked to various people around Christchurch about their attitude, and of course there's an emotional attachment to the cathedral, but I would personally place the museum above that, because it talks about our foundations, it talks about our religious affiliations, it talks about us as human beings. And I would like to just suggest another course of action when we are looking to fill that shortfall. And it's a bit outrageous, but if the museum preserves the stories of our past settlers, then we have new settlers arriving. New settlers from many I happen to come across from the USA, many who don't want to return there. They come to a place where they feel it is safe and they're excited by Christchurch. What if we could actually use their connections to make relationships for Canterbury Museum, ensure them a place in our future history as immigrants? I just think it's an idea worth pursuing. I happen to know, I spent some time in Massachusetts around Williamstown, and I know the level of investment into galleries and museums in that part of the world, and there's a surfeit of money. They don't know what to do with it, to be honest. And I think we could investigate that more as a relationship building around people arriving in New Zealand. But that's all I've really got to say.
Thank you very much, Dorinda. We've got time for a couple of questions. We've got Councillor Kewen.
Yeah, so love your idea of tapping some of those people for money, but we need someone to do it. Would you be interested in maybe meeting up with the Mayor's office and becoming some sort of ambassador on behalf of the city to be that person that makes those connections and taps those people? If you already know some of them, you'd be empowered by the Mayor's office to play a role like that.
My answer is going to be pretty guarded, because I've given a lot of time to Christchurch. I would have to be paid. It's critical time for me in life right now, and I've never been paid for the work I've done in Christchurch.
Thank you, Dorinda. You don't have to go into that here today, but it is an idea and it's worth a conversation.
Very happy to, or an advisory role. That's not to say that this would be successful, but there is money there, and their relationships with New Zealand are quite emotional. They are. So let's think about that.
Thank you, Dorinda. Can I just tag on to that question before I move to Tyler? Is this an idea that you've mentioned to Anthony Wright? Because I'm mindful that they have their own fundraising project going, and they've got people that are in the chair who are being paid to pursue the fundraising avenues. So it might be worthwhile to start the conversation there. Yeah. In the first instance.
Okay, no, that's fair enough. I just think we need to raise our sights.
Thanks, Dorinda. Tyler, we've got time for one more question for about 30 seconds.
Hi, Dorinda. I did see some migrant stories in Te Papa, which was actually really well done.
I do have a question around council's role in this in comparison to the museum. I think that's a great idea. How would that look in terms of the way that you see it, in terms of the way that council delivers some of these things and improves the relationship between the people you were talking about?
Well, I know I'm very familiar with Christchurch NZ and its operations. I don't quite know what their remit is in terms of from the council, but it's time to actually put our heads up and look bigger, I think, look beyond New Zealand. We're a treasured part of the world.
We're not going to thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
that, Dorinda, and congratulations on the opening of the wonderful museum for John Britton, a lovely new anchor tenant in the middle
Nothing
of
to
the
do
city.
with me. Please, let's be clear. It's been funded by someone else.
And congratulations to the family then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dorinda. So next up we have the Pawaho Heathcote River Network, and we've got Chrissy Williams and Malcolm Long, I think. Thank you. Welcome, Malcolm. Welcome, Chrissy. And you have 10 minutes today. Thank you.
Good morning, councillors. Thank you for listening to us today. Today we are representing the river, the Pawaho, but also the 30 plus groups that we umbrella who are involved with restoration both along the river and in the Port Hills. So we do speak for them. Our submission, as you're probably aware, includes a lot of detail, particularly about budget line items, but we're not talking about each of those today. We're talking about 4 issues, just to keep this short. So first of all, I wanted to talk about the sediment in the river. So you'll all be aware that on the hills, erosion happens in the loose soils, both on public land and private land. We need to somehow prevent erosion happening at source, otherwise the sediment in the river is going to just be a perennial problem. Our submission to Environment Canterbury talks about better enforcement about some of the private subdivisions that are happening in the upper Kashmir stream, but I do think we need to get into doing more planting on public land. One of the mechanisms to talk about this and work out what needs to be done is the Port Hills Plan, and we've been pretty disappointed about the engagement with that. It's now about 16 months since the staff working on the Port Hills Plan reported to the Waihora Community Board. We've tried to engage since and have had not much success. So we really just want to know what the status is, what the intent is, and the timelines. And if reducing erosion isn't a main object of the Port Hills Plan, well, then we want to find other mechanisms to work on that. So we just urge you to somehow get some communication happening between the Port Hills Plan team and why things have slowed down. Malcolm Long, our secretary, who I didn't mention, is going to talk about this next slide.
So climate change is bringing changes to the river, and one of them is increase in weed. We have a large project at the moment in eradicating one of those weeds, Glyceria maxima, from the river, and also more recently water plantain. But there does not appear to be, in our discussions with staff, a methodical approach by which the community can be involved in helping the council deal with weeds. We think this is something that the community could be involved in, and we're seeking some sort of mechanism to make that possible. We've just recently published some posters that identify the weeds that are in the river and weeds that are in people's places, residences, properties, where we're hoping that to sort of raise that whole awareness of weeds, but making a mechanism so that the community can feed into the council's work would be a really appropriate thing.
The third thing we wanted to talk about is the Climate Resilience Fund, because we certainly support the continuation of that and the application around adaptation. The Council's coastal adaptation projects are extensive and increasing, and we anticipate that the Lower Pawaho will be included in that. But as you again were aware, we've just published a report. I think you've all been given links to that, a report on the climate change effects in the Pawaho and its catchment. And the effects aren't just at the mouth of the river, the lower river, from sea level rise and sea surge. They're certainly going to impact the Port Hills and the upper catchment. So anything that we can work with the council on and engaging our communities on those effects would be really helpful. And we think that Community Resilience Fund is possibly a source for that.
We obviously have a vested interest in community grants continuing, perhaps even increasing. In the voluntary sector, every dollar that gets invested by the community into the voluntary sector is multiplied by the effort of volunteers. And, you know, in these days where the cost of everything is carefully calculated, the value of that voluntary input in terms of mental health, in terms of social cohesion, in terms of community building, can't be valued, but it is enormous. And I wouldn't like to think of how important the work of the 30 plus community groups in our group is in terms of building communities along the river. And we also particularly support the Environmental Partnerships Fund, because that's one of the few funds that allows us to work with the council on public land. And we're using it in particular for our predator control work along the river.
So those are the 4 issues that we've highlighted today. There's a whole lot more in our submission, which I'm sure you've read or will read. But we thank you as councillors and the community board members, particular relationship with Waihora, but also with Waitai community boards, but also with council staff. We're just amazed about their willingness to work alongside us to achieve what we're trying to do for the Pāwaho. And just last bit on. So that's an important relationship that we have with staff. So thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you this morning.
Thank you, Chrissy and Malcolm. We've got about 4 or 5 councillors lining up for questions, so I'm mindful of time, so if we can just limit it to 1 and we'll see how many we can get through. I've got Tyler first, followed by Nathaniel, then Yanni.
Hi, Malcolm, Chrissy. I just have a question, particularly towards you, Chrissy, as a former governor yourself. I'm starting to be a bit more frustrated towards the lack of action towards the work that's being done. Would you be able to tell me, and please be frank, around what needs to be done as soon as possible and what are the key issues there? Because every year it's the same thing. Either the Port Hills plan's not been in action or there's been something else going on in regards to the lack of action. Would you be able to please give me your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that last point is that there's obviously some reason for hold-up. I know the initial hold-up was about talking with mana whenua, because it involves both Ngāti Whiki and Ngā Tūrere, but that was 3 years ago. So I think communicate to us what's happening. Because we're a river group, not a hills group, we may be seen as not as important, but as I've said, we're the recipient of all this. So what we'd like is really strong both communication but engagement with us, with the Summit Road Society, with the Rod Donald Trust, with the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, the Mount Vernon Trust. So we understand what's happening and we can support and we can do some work if it needs to be doing some research. So we do have volunteers that have those skills. So.
Thank you very much. And Nathaniel?
Yeah, on the sort of multiplier effect of grant funding, could you just talk a bit more about that, to make it come alive a bit, about particularly the sort of predator control work you do and what you are able to do with the amount that you get?
Well, it's very hard to put any sort of figures on that, because we've done the first section. 20 trappers are working every day, but they've also got family that are involved, and then there's all the people who are their friends and next door neighbours that get influenced. It's hard to it's like a wildfire. It just keeps on building, and as soon as you snuff out some little part, actually you snuff out all the ripples that come out of that. I wouldn't like, there were 27,000 volunteer hours in our network last year. Well, you multiply that by $30 an hour, that's a lot of money, but it's not costed anywhere, it's not valued anywhere.
Thank you. Yanni?
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Just in terms of looking forward, with the frustration of like the Port Hills plan, do you think it would be useful if council, the community board, set up a working party to actually develop it that involves community stakeholders and elected members, so that you get a clear process around it being developed with external input and regular kind of progress? I'm just mindful of what we did with the Lower Heathcote plan, which, you know, that process seemed to work quite well from my point of view, and I wonder if we need to consider something similar to get action on this.
I think it already exists with the Waihora Community Board, and possibly others. Sorry, we're mostly engaged with Waihora, because I just think setting up another separate organisation just adds a layer of complication. So, you know, the community board hasn't been updated for 15 months. So I think it's just that keep telling us what you're doing. What are your hold-ups? So I'm not sure it would benefit. The community board may have different views on that.
Look, thank you for that, Chrissy. I'm mindful that we've got some of the community board members around the table here, and they'll be listening intently to that conversation, and they'll be able to pick up those threads. We're getting close to time, but I do actually have a bit of a buffer, and I have a number of other questions, so I'm going to allow two more. I've got Mark and I've got Kelly. Just quickly, please.
Thank you. I noticed you mentioned a couple of community boards there. Do you have a working relationship with the Waipuna Community Board, which is actually the headwaters of your Heathcote?
We'd like to.
Let's see if we can set that up and get you hooked up.
Yeah, we do a frequent report to Waihora, just because that's most of the river, but we'd certainly be happy to come to Waipuna. Mark.
Our community groups don't actually extend into that area, so that would be a starting point.
We need to get one established up there.
Yeah.
Sounds like you've got the key person to get that going there. Thank you, Mark. Kelly, last question to you. Thank you.
Super impressed with the poster that you guys sent out about all the sort of noxious plants, etc. My question is, how widely is that circulated? I think you sent some to all of the councillors, and how has that improved the sort of eradication, if you like, of those plants by volunteers?
Well, I've still got about 8,000 in my garage, but we are intending to distribute them to the community by various means, through the letterbox, but also through farmers markets and stalls, etc. It's hard to get things out that are physical these days, so we're doing it by electronic means as well. But it's hard to know how many people have pulled out that cotton ester from their garden that they've carefully been nurturing for a decade. Hard to know.
And just generally hard to measure outcomes of what we're doing. So, I mean, we could measure the number of plants we put in, but that's just an output. It's not an outcome. The same with the trapping. We're trying to get some money to do some bird counts, so we can actually see whether the trapping's having an effect on the habitat and on the birds. So we're always asked to try and have evidence, but it's incredibly difficult in an environmental sense to get good indicators. So.
Thank you very much.
Great publication.
Process question.
Sure.
So are we taking a note on the action points that they have requested? For example, where we're at with the weed, the Port Hills plan, and is there anything that we can help them with the weed? And do we have a council staff member who's directly liaising with these groups? Are we taking action points here? Who's doing it?
So all of the submissions have been are being coded and to relevant topics.
Yep.
So each manager of that topic will be reading all the submissions and providing that analysis.
And some advice to us?
And there will be officer
forward?
responses for that as well.
Yeah, and it is through you, Jeff. These are recorded, and the relevant staff do actually. They may actually be watching. They watch the recording and then go.
Great.
Thank you for that, Pauline.
Thank
That's helpful. Process quickly, Celeste.
Ones that might not be captured by the submission, for instance, around the biodiversity working group, if we want an update on that and a report from the strategic advisor, do we email those through, Sam?
So if you can use the elected member Q&A tool for any questions that you've got.
Thank you, Celeste. So thank you very much, Malcolm and Chrissy, and we're right on time for 10:30.
Thanks, another process question. Is it possible for us to publish the poster that they've sent out?
I would have thought so. It's public document. we've got to use every channel that we can. Thank you very much. So we have Philip Aldridge and Stella Ward waiting patiently from Te Matatiki Te Ora, the Arts Centre. Thank you very much for waiting and welcome. Lovely to see you. You've got 10 minutes.
Thank you. Kia ora tātou. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you all today. I'm Stella Ward, the Chair of Te Matatiki Te Ora, the Arts Centre Board of Trustees.
And I'm Philip Aldridge, I'm the Director.
We believe the Council has shown real vision with the Iconic Heritage Buildings Fund proposal, and thank you for that. The Arts Centre has 3 buildings still requiring post-quake restoration, 2 on Worcester Boulevard, and the former Ducks, the Student Union building which fronts Montreal Street. These buildings are all very important to the city. However, we understand the need for financial prudence and are not proposing the Worcester Street buildings are restored at this stage, because the last estimate we had to undertake that work would be 60 million, and that was 3 years ago. We believe it would be logical for Council to prioritise buildings that unlock public, economic and cultural benefit quickly, and that's why we're proposing the restoration and reopening of the Student Union building. We understand there is over 19 million sitting in a fund earmarked for the restoration of the provincial chambers, which was last assessed at needing more than 200 million to complete. We suggest that you could consider that funding be made available to the Iconic Heritage Building Fund. As you may be aware through the media, we are actively working on a proposal at present that would see a local operator open a brew bar, restaurant and live music venue in a fully restored and fitted out Student Union building. We have a heads of agreement with a successful local family-owned brewery, and subject to detailed due diligence and your council Iconic Heritage funding, we can complete this for 10 million and be open in 2 years of the funding being received. That funding would see the building restored and the operator would do the funding for the building fit out. Philip and the board over the last few years have been approached by and considered a number of people and entities interested in working with us to get the Student Union building open. To date, we have not had any approaches that have stacked up financially. We are also very mindful of the place this building holds in the hearts and memories of the community. I say this because it's important for the Arts Centre, but it's also important for many in Otatahi Christchurch that it is restored. Therefore, we are proposing that you consider funding the completion and operation of the Student Union building, which will contribute once again to Christchurch economy and vibrancy. It would also create essential income for the Arts Centre. The Arts Centre is an important economic driver of the city, which I think sometimes is forgotten as we are so unique historically and architecturally. Council has commissioned a financial sustainability report from BDO, which we understand will be recommending funding for the Student Union as an efficient, cost-effective way to make the centre financially sustainable and for us to address the financial shortfall that we face annually. That report will also confirm that we are running a financially efficient operation, having reduced our costs and being enterprising in our revenue generation.
We attract 1 million visitors a year. We're home to more than 70 businesses and organisations, and 100% of our tenancies are let at market rates. With Council's help, we've turned things round operationally and are now breaking even. This is a significant change from when we last saw you. However, the challenges related to the cost of insurance and building maintenance do remain. As of last year, the entire site is now Category 1 listed with Heritage New Zealand. The centre's been nominated for and is currently being considered for National Historic Landmark status by the Minister of Culture and Heritage. Currently, only the Treaty Grounds and the National War Memorial enjoy this status, so this would be a significant coup for the city. We're waiting to hear the outcome of that nomination, which might come quite soon, we hope. We're riding a wave of new energy and success at the Arts Centre. The Observatory Hotel is now frequently rated the #1 in the city in industry indices. The Cellar Door was recently voted the best wine bar in Australasia. Wow. And Lumiere Cinemas has just been named one of the top 100 cinemas in the world by Time Out magazine in London. We've won 2 UNESCO awards, and we've been awarded the best tourist attraction in the city by Avenues magazine. So it really is a significant economic driver in the central city. As Stella said, restoring the Student Union building will bring a familiar energy and vibrancy back to the site. Not only this, but the lease income would go a long way towards paving a sustainable financial path for the Arts Centre, which we're all after. We've already undertaken a significant amount of work on this project. Consultants, architects and engineers have been working pro bono over the last couple of years to show that we can reopen this iconic building as a brew bar, restaurant and live music venue within 2 years of starting the project. But it does depend on receiving some funding from council. We're all focused on the level of rates and the challenges we face because of the significant increases to living costs. So we're proposing that the intent of the Provincial Chambers Fund be changed so that iconic heritage buildings can access the funds that are already there. Providing 10 million for the Arts Centre from this fund would have a zero effect on rates while producing a strong and fast return on investment. It would support local jobs and local businesses, it would increase central city activity, it would strengthen tourism, and it would protect public and philanthropic investment. These are benefits that go way beyond heritage restoration. I'd like to finish by referencing the campaign we ran in the long-term plan, which encouraged people to email you directly, as well as promoting very enthusiastically the challenges the Arts Centre faced and still faces. I acknowledge that that created some challenges, many extra emails and some confronting scenarios related to the Arts Centre's future. However, as a result, many more people are now aware of the challenges that the Arts Centre faces, which affect the wider city. Additionally, many more now recognise just how important our iconic heritage buildings are to the city.
In closing, the Arts Centre has long been a jewel in the city's crown. We hope you will see that for a comparatively small investment using funds already on hand, the outcomes are relatively quick and significant. We hope we can all be celebrating what we've achieved with a brew in that brew garden. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. Thank you, Philip. It's wonderful to hear about all those awards and accolades. I've got 3 questions lined up, firstly with Sam and then Aaron and then Tyler.
Hey, thank you very much for coming in. Just in terms of the corner site or the old building or the ducks, what do you think you'd get a year in rent for it, for the 10 mil?
We know that number. I don't know if that's commercially sensitive, but it's just under 500 grand a year.
Okay, cool, great.
Thank you, Sam. We've got Tyler next.
Hello.
Hello.
That's really impressive. Thank you so much for coming in. I have a big question about actually something that you didn't really want to talk about, which was the Worcester Street position, the spot. And you did quote around 60 million, preliminary price of 60 million. That's probably the one I'm worried about long term. Is there any work being done in terms of scoping the work for future plans?
Yeah, it's fully planned and costed. We've got all the designs for the finished buildings, but we just didn't have the money to restore it. What we did was temporarily strengthen it. We spent $1 million doing that so it can sit for 25 years.
And would there be a potential return for leasing agreements and things like that with, okay.
Yeah, very much. Yeah.
And the opportunity to think about how we attract investment should we get the national heritage status is significant for those 2 buildings as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Before I move on to the next question, I'm just going to slot one in myself. I'm keen to hear your thoughts around a loan instead of a grant.
It's predicated on a grant. We'd be delighted to talk to you about doing a mixture, but a significant part of it would need to be a grant. But there is a portion that could be a loan.
Thank you for that. So next I've got Aaron and then Andre, and we've only got just over a minute left. Thanks.
Yes, thanks for coming in. Good presentation. Philip, there's some Eskimos wanting to buy some ice. You're that good at this. The proposal of the 10 million kind of makes sense. It's great that you've come in asking for money without costing the ratepayers. So can we get staff to find out where that 19 is, and does it exist, and is it usable, and could we, just so we can find out if, because it's a good idea, so if it's there and available, it'll be good to get something open. So
Yep.
if we can get that information back, it would be good. And yeah.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
And Andre, we'll finish with you. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm sorry I've got to ask the devil's advocate question here, but it's a factor I'm wondering, so I've got to ask. So we've got live music venues all over the city that are struggling, right? Some are having to crowdfund to keep their lights on, to replace the fridge, which no longer works, this kind of thing. And it's like, how can we support 10 million towards what is surely an iconic venue, but that sort of money could be supporting literally dozens of venues across the city?
Yeah, so this is the restoration of a heritage building on a site, on a 2.5 hectare site that is, category 1 listed, that could be this, national historic landmark. So that's one aspect of it. The tenanting aspect of it, I mean, that's down to their business plan.
Yeah.
And they have run in music venues, and so they know the territory, they know brew bars, they know beer, so...
I understand. I guess the question here is, how can I support that when there will inevitably be other live music venues and establishments that go out of business over the next year or two?
Well, as I say, it's money towards the restoration of a heritage building.
Thank you for that, Andre. It's a matter that I imagine that we as governors will have to weigh out when it comes to decision-making of funds. Thank you, Philip. Thank you, Stella. Lovely to hear from you. Thank you for taking the time to come and present to us.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. So next up we are Richmond, and I welcome Murray James and Rachel Crawford. You have 10 minutes, thank you. And
we've got David Duffy.
David Duffy.
Dave.
It's a group
David
effort.
Duffy.
Okay.
Well, councillors, thank you. We've got our next line up, and it's also David Duffy. Welcome. So welcome to all of you. You know the drill, and talk to us.
Kia ora koutou. Murray James aho. I'm the current chair of We Are Richmond. Beside me is Rachel Crawford. She's our paid, what do we call him?
Capacity builder.
Capacity builder. that always goes in one ear and out the other. And David Duffy, former chair and also the scribe of this particular submission. We'll be brief because presumably you will have read or will read it. Our main focus is on the proposal to cut community grant funding, contestable community grant funding. We urge you not to, and one of the former speakers talked about the multiplier effect on dollars applied to volunteer community organisations. The pictures you're seeing on your screen reflect a flavour of how that money turns into action and provides many uncostable benefits perhaps, but benefits across the community. We flippantly apply a 5-to-1 ratio for every dollar council spends. And one way of looking at that is that typically projects or activities require a combination of funders, council being one. Often DIA, RATA, other philanthropic funders apply a matched dollar. So immediately it's twice what council provides. And then the volunteer contributions by product, equipment and labour in kind makes up the additional $4. So it's flippant, it's not scientific, but that's the sort of roll-on effect that we talk about, and then there are a whole bunch of intangible benefits. So the impact of council's contribution to grant funding, particularly in the strengthening community space and in the environmental support space, is absolutely crucial. Volunteers have so much juice in the tank. When that juice runs out, there's not a lot left. The paid support that is in behind us makes sure that we get maximum output for what juice is there and we don't burn ourselves out. So from a community perspective, we implore council to really think twice. An increase would be lovely. That may not be on the cards at this particular point, but the value delivered by your contestable grant space is considerable and massively beneficial. Rachel?
Yes, definitely. Since I'm the paid one, I've been in my role for 4 years now, and it's been great. It's just growing the amount of reach I can have. I'm in the office in the gardens. I talk with people every day, residents, but I work across all the different organizations in Richmond and beyond, in Shirley, Phillipstown. So our work isn't even just for our own community, but it's finding ties with all the other communities. And just the gala, if anyone went to it this weekend, you know, we had a couple thousand people, but we need 3 organizations to run it, Avebury House and Richmond Community Garden. But we work together, constantly collaborating with lots of different groups and people and beyond. And that value that you talked about, it's huge. And as my role goes on, there's even more collaborations. People are asking, what about this? And connecting all the dots and strengthening all the programs and places for people in our community to come to.
Now, that sort of collaboration is exceedingly difficult for volunteers who are available sometimes, not others, and are not consistent across the sphere. So council funding helps us have these key connectors in place that get the best out of the volunteer resource that's there and provide a real outcome for our communities across the board, not just for Richmond, but also right across the city.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
David?
On Saturday last, we had our village fair, and if you had been there, you will have noticed a pretty vibrant atmosphere. The grounds of Avebury House and the Richmond Community Garden were absolutely packed with a throng of people, and a lot of happy faces, a lot of meeting and talking. What you may not have heard is at our store we were getting visits from a lot of people from places other than Richmond, and when we were talking to them about the things we were doing and the things we hoped to do, there was a degree of envy coming through that they didn't have the same or weren't aware of the same kinds of things happening in their community. We have got to this stage because of the relationship that we have with the council and because of the hard work of the people in We Are Richmond over the 8 years we've been around. And so I would urge you to, at some stage, look over the top of the potholes, look to the future and see what and how communities like ours are helping the youngsters that are coming through, your children, your grandchildren, in my case, my grandchildren, coming through and will be able to thrive and prosper in the world that you're creating. I think we say in the mission, in the submission, what is the legacy we're going to leave them? That's what we're working hard on.
Kia ora.
Thank you, David and Rachel and Murray. Lovely to finish a presentation on that legacy point, because it's something we need to be thinking about. I've got Tim lined up for a question.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's wonderful. One of the concerns in the back of my mind as a general thing is we are going to be facing perhaps a 4% rates cap. So I'm just wondering, with your wonderful presentation, have you put that to any of the central political parties? Because, Murray, you mentioned about, volunteers only have so much gas in the tank. As a council, we have so many wonderful community groups, and you guys and many others add, this is the real kind of meat in the sandwich for a city, is our communities. But we are facing, and may be facing, a 4% rates cap. Have you talked to central government or any representatives of the parties to this?
Only opposition at this stage haven't had a lot of engagement with the current incumbents around that, Tim. But it certainly is something that we plan to do is election year. And look, let us acknowledge the unenviable task that you guys have in council, balancing rates caps with community well-being and your capital spend to keep the lights on. It is no easy task. We do appreciate that, and sometimes some things have to give. Our point is just to do our best to make sure, and we will certainly add central government to that lobbying sphere.
Thank you very much. We all of my colleagues and I around the table really appreciate what you do, and the other groups as well, so thank you.
Thank you, Tim, and thank you, Murray, for touching on that balancing act. That's indeed what it is. Thank you for recognising that. So Pauline's got the last question this morning.
Thank you. And your slides are amazing, but I know that you can't fit everything in there and what you do. But you do have quite a few projects that actually give you some income. I'm not talking about mega income, but you actually do self-fund a little bit. Do you want to expand on that, just to show us that you're doing some of this yourself?
Yeah, sure. Look, one of the things we recognise as a more established community group is that it's not terribly long-term sustainable to be completely reliant on contestable grant funding. On the one hand, it takes an awful lot of energy to actually contest those grants and then respond with outcome reports and what have you. So part of our, I suppose, responsibility is to provide for a sustainable future. What do they call the activities, the commercial activities? There's a social enterprise, that's the word I'm looking for. The social enterprise model is part of the system, but it's bloody hard work, if you pardon my French. Sometimes it works. Revolution Cafe is working, and that is providing Richmond Community Garden with some good income, as well as increased reach around the place. That's one element of success. A number of those same social enterprises have been tried at Avebury House, and they've been unbridled failures thus far. So it's a mixed bag. It is hard work. You take the RCG, they're employing a ton of people, they're generating a lot of revenue, it is actually working well. So the more we can replicate that, the better, and it's the better for us as an organisation, and it's better for you guys at council and the community generally, if we can sustain ourselves.
As you said, you are employing people as well.
Indeed.
You're creating jobs.
I think 15 part-time staff is that the...
At the community gardens.
Community gardens, yeah.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, team, for coming and presenting to us today and putting that work into that presentation.
Kia ora koutou.
Thank you.
Thank you
So we'll adjourn now for the morning break for just shy of 15 minutes. So we're back in for 11:05, please, with Rex Williams lining up. We're right on time. If we can continue with the hearings today. It's 11:05, and welcome, Rex Williams. You've got a couple of cheerleaders with you today. If you can introduce them to us, and then you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. I've got supported by Bill Swallow and Jeff Brodie, who are fellow ratepayers, long-standing, and both of whom have done a lot of work in the community over the years. I assume that my submission has been circulated and that you're all familiar with it, so I'll just give some background comments and allow time for questions. My name is Rex Williams. My wife and I have been ratepayers for almost 60 years and have contributed actively to Canterbury through a range of volunteer activities. Museums and galleries are a long-standing hobby of ours, and we've been to 40-something over the last 5 years in a number of locations. I'll just mention, I don't want to be boasting, but I've had considerable governance experience, including chairing a health board, 6 years on Environment Canterbury, Chancellor at University of Canterbury, and I've been involved with chairing various not-for-profit organisations and private companies. One I'm particularly proud of is the Sticks Living Laboratory Trust. I had 2 years as a trustee on the Museum Trust. I was appointed by the Selwyn District Council, but I resigned because of the appalling decision-making process. And I note in passing that 3 other very experienced directors resigned at about the same time. I speak to provide very grudging, highly conditional support for further funding by ratepayers for the completion of the museum. So I'm going to talk for perhaps 2 or 3 minutes and allow time for questions. My written submission has outlined measures that could be taken to improve the excruciatingly dire financial situation that the museum has created for itself through poor decision-making over many years. Quite apart from the financial fiasco, the other important matter is the old-fashioned, dated philosophy of museology espoused by the current museum leadership. Modern museums tell stories and ask questions that can only arise from this place, Canterbury. The present approach will have a beautiful building, albeit at a cost of consultant fees of $20 million, but I fear that the expenditure on the exhibition and public spaces will be the amount that is left over after completion of a crazily exorbitant, ill-conceived building program. We've been promised exhibition highlights of a powerhouse and a tiny Victorian shopping lane. I note that there's been minimal, if any, advice from international advisors skilled in the creation of modern museums. I turn to the question of governance. There must be a complete change in the decision-making process. The gun-to-the-head approach to funding is morally appalling. The auditors lambasted the annual accounts, calling them fundamentally misleading, referencing cash flow errors, unreliable visitor numbers, and a long-standing technical disagreement on valuations. Clearly, this organisation is not bankable. The self-commissioned independent governance review criticised the leadership, the committee structure, and importantly, the project oversight, the latter being the very thing that the museum regime has been concentrating on for the past few years. A new leadership structure must be open and transparent, taking the ratepayers into their confidence and providing inspiration to those of us who fund the City Council and thus the museum. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you for that, Rex. And I've got a question from Melanie.
I was just going to, the way you talk about the museum is like the museum is a separate entity to like councils, but you do realise that all the councils and all the ratepayers own the museum. It is part of the council effectively.
Sorry, what was the question?
The museum as an entity that is owned by the ratepayers of Christchurch, Selwyn, Waimak and Huranui. So you're talking about the museum of being a separate entity to those councils, but the museum has got representatives from those councils and other interested groups based on the legal act that guides it. So it is part of the city. You talk about it as being a separate entity, but it's actually not. So why do you do that?
I'm sorry, I hope this, I don't know what the question is, and I hope that's not taken off my time.
The question was, were you aware that it is actually part of the council and it's been funded by the other councils as well, and it's not a separate entity?
Well, I disagree. It's a separate entity set up by an Act of Parliament, substantially funded by the Christchurch City Council, but also funded by the other councillors. And I spent a lot of time being instructed by Selwyn District Council when I was appointed, and I completely understand that, of course.
Thank you very much, Rex, and your helpers today for sharing your thoughts with us. As it just so happens, we've got the museum coming up next. Celeste, we're right on time. I'm sorry, we're out of time. We've got the
sorry, some of my time was taken up by a councillor making a statement rather than asking questions, so I ask for one more question.
Thank you, Rex. I will take that on board. Celeste, you've got a minute.
Better make it a good question then. I was just saying that you were talking about the rates differential, and you were saying that in your submission you talked about the rates differential. Is that correct?
No.
So what was the question, Celeste?
Well, if it was in your submission, which it may or may not have been, how do you feel about decreasing the rates differential for businesses? Where do you think that's sitting currently for the business differential? Do you have a view on that? So we had a wee conversation about the impact of rates, and that's a source of income for council.
No, sorry, I don't have a view on that.
Thank you, Rex, and thank you for sharing your governance pedigree with us to add some weight to your submission. Thank you very much, and thank you for taking the time to come in and talk to us today and bring a submission.
I look forward to your leadership on this matter.
Thank you, Rex. And so next up, we have the Canterbury Museum Trust Board.
Well, good morning.
Good morning. So we have Tom.
Tom, I'll...
if you'd like to introduce your team
Tom,
today.
Yeah. Thank you. Look, we'll get right on it. As I say, Phil's not here, so good morning to all of you, really. And I'd just like to introduce... I'd like to acknowledge at this point David Ayres, who's not here, and Dave stepped down as the chair of the board in March, and I'm now for my sins, I'm the chair of the Canterbury Museum Board. I've also got with me today Shane Tiaka, and Shane has also taken on the role of deputy chair, so I thank him for his time and his consideration. I've got along with me today Sarah, Nigel and Andrea to give me a hand on any issues that I might have. So it's great to see a number of you visited our temporary collections over the recent period of time, and I think you've had the opportunity to get a little more of an idea of what we've been doing down there. I think we really appreciate the council's ongoing operational levy, the support that you've been giving us, and your capital contribution development to date. In particular, we'd like to thank you for your contribution of $24.5 million, which has all been received and has allowed the Robert McDougall strengthening works to proceed. The Robert McDougall has been a big part of the issues that we've been dealing with, and I'm happy to say that the severe problems we found underneath are now well on their way to being sorted out. So we will have an ongoing Robert McDougall Art Gallery, which I'm very pleased to share. The final $9 million of the $28.2 million the council has committed is included in the draft annual plan. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Shane, who's going to say a few words.
Kia ora, ka nui te mihi kia koutou. It's such a great pleasure for me to sit before you, and as I know many of the councillors from a previous life, I acknowledge and greet you, and it's a pleasure to speak. I'm here today not only as the Deputy Chair, not only as a board representative under Canterbury University, but also on my shoulders sits mana whenua. My perspective is our collective perspective. I want to assure the council and our broader community that I believe Our infrastructure project is being managed carefully and responsibly. If you met with our contractors, you would come to understand that this is one of the most complex infrastructure builds that Canterbury has ever faced. We are funded to a point where, if we were required, we could pause. We could pause at an insurable state and a lockable state if we do not secure funding support. Whilst this is feasible, it brings many more pressures, funding pressures, the longer we delay. We're very cognizant of the funding pressures for the City Council, and we want to work closely with you to bring about a solution that has the museum opening in 2029. Do you remember the discussions, the funding concerns of the Otakaro River corridor, of Parakiori, of Te Pai, of Te Kaha? We are a funding proposal where the benefits of the museum will stand and align itself with those anchor projects. The opening in 2029 of the museum, world-class. It'll be a space and place where our elders, our peers, our children and their children can interact and learn of our past, our present and our future. The opening of the museum in 2029 will bring closure to the revitalisation and regeneration of Otatahi Christchurch. Just imagine. Just imagine. We need your funding support to achieve this. I'll now hand over to Sarah to continue the conversation. Mōrero.
Thank you, Shane. So, as Shane has indicated, your ongoing support of Canterbury Museum is so highly valued, and through the operational levy, that directly delivers really meaningful cultural, education and economic value for the city. So in the coming year, your support will enable the museum to welcome over 180,000 visitors across 3 public attractions, being able to deliver accessible and enriching experiences both for our locals but also for our tourists to the city.
Sarah, can you just put that microphone a little bit closer?
Thank you. Your support continues to allow us to deliver a new visitor experience, a world-class museum for Canterbury. We are developing those 60+ exhibitions, immersive experiences and digital initiatives in-house in order to maximise that public investment, saving those tens of millions of dollars from contraction fees to be able to ensure we can build the local capability to deliver these. At the same time, in the coming year, we'll be inventorying 40,000 treasures from the museum's collection in order to be able to ensure we can share our heritage, to make these discoverable and to preserve them, not just for now, but for the future. In the coming year, we'll continue to be delivering education and public programs, ensuring that spirit of lifelong learning for our community. We'll also be delivering 3 temporary and touring exhibitions, which reach an additional 150,000 people around the region, again growing that cultural offering for us. And of course, those of you who've had the chance to come and visit us at our collection facility know that the museum is much more than just a building. Our team are conserving and caring for the treasures that we hold, making sure these are preserved and exhibition ready. Important work that a museum does to safeguard those irreplaceable treasures for the future. So our submission today is very much based around 3 key areas that are critical to delivering those long-term values for our community. The first is around the 26-27 operational levy, which will underpin the delivery of those work streams that I've just spoken to, but also continue many other work streams underway at the moment. The second aspect is around the request for additional capital investment to ensure the completion of the museum construction project, but also to realise that vision for a world-class museum for Canterbury. Finally, we'll briefly talk about the significant economic and cultural impact that a reopened museum will bring to the regional growth of this area. I'd like to hand over to Nigel now, who's going to be talking around the financial aspects.
Thank you, Sarah. I'll try and keep this quick and brief. Looking at the financials, so as far as the operating levy is concerned, thank you for including the 3.7% increase in your long-term plan. Unfortunately, over that time that the long-term plan was created, your population base has grown. So your share of the 3.7% is actually an extra 16,000 above what you have in the long-term plan. And we also have a further request for $46,000 towards our capital and non-redevelopment capital expenditure. So we have foregone our funded depreciation during the construction phase, and we have a requirement for IT and security requirements and the likes out at Shands Road. Looking at the new capital request, we have a request for $26.9 million over 4 years, and the request for this current annual plan is for $975,000. The reason we need this is this funding is needed in this current annual plan so that we can let that contract out. Also because there will be an additional cost of approximately $7.2 million if there is a 12-month delay, and also to try and achieve the 2029 reopening of the museum. Just looking at the program, we already have a delayed cost of $5.1 million, and if this was deferred to next year's annual plan, that would be an additional $7.2 million, and you see the opening pushed out to late 2030. Just a reminder that the overall project cost $261.9 million. The building itself hasn't increased in the budget, but we have changed our contingency calculation to align with the same process the council does, and we've added the delay costs of the last 6 months of funding not coming through. Overall, we've spent $88 million. And our request, if the future funding is for $32 million from council, $32 million from central government, and we're working with central government to achieve that target as well. I'll pass back over to Andrea.
You've got 30 seconds.
Right. So I'm mindful that we're getting towards the end of our 10 minutes, but I do have a 5-minute buffer built into my timetable, and I've got a couple of questions lined up. Okay. So if you'd like to continue for a minute or two, but I'm keen to have some questions.
I'll go real fast. We worked with your consultation team to help build some public engagement around the one question, obviously for us, that was important to us. We received 4,420 submissions directly through our portal, which fed straight into yours. 97% of those people deemed the iconic buildings important, or if not critical. So it was a good result. We're still working through the comments on that. We also, in conjunction, we opened our facility for the first time. We had 1,100 people come through. Their comments were, wow, this is huge. We had no idea. Let's get on and get this open so everyone else can see it. It reaffirmed to us it's not just a building. It holds the stories of Canterbury. Really quickly, we've heard you on... Why is it not going? Yeah, we heard you around the charging. We are definitely committed to charging international tourists, and we are looking at other revenue avenues. I think there's a lot of opportunity for us. And the last one for me was the economic benefit. We showed you the slide last time. Don't need to do it again.
Right. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I know there's some questions. We can do them for you.
Okay, thank you. So I've got David, Tyler and Kelly, and that's probably all we'll have time for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, team, for coming along. It's more just a very quick thank you to you for coming along. As a new board member to the trust, I have absolute confidence in this project and the way it's been run. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, David. Tyler?
Kia ora, guys. Thanks for having me the other day. Could we track back to we just skipped through the economic parts of it. Keep going back. It was the numbers.
It's a bit slow.
Sorry. Yeah.
That one? No. Back to the next
yeah.
one.
So I think it's this one. So with that $5 million push out, what's the current hole that we're looking at in regards to finishing the project?
So that does take into account that $5 million delay from it not being in last year's annual plan. So the 261.9 is...
Please, can you just put this into the microphone because this is being recorded.
Sorry. So the $5 million delay from it not being in the previous year's annual plan, that is taken into account for the $261.9 million amount. The 7.2 million, if it's delayed again, is on top of the 261.9.
So to be clear, what you're asking for is the structure and the envelope, right? The services fit out?
Absolutely.
And the exhibition fit out is different.
Correct.
So the 91 mil is those structure, envelope and services, and then the exhibition is separate to that?
No, that includes
That's
the
include the
it's
exhibition.
the project.
Great, okay, thank you.
But we're responsible for the exhibition fit out, is what we're saying.
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that, and ending with Kelly. Thank you.
Thanks for the work you do and your ongoing commitment to the museum and seeing this project through. In terms of funding, yesterday we made a democratic decision to hang on to a car park, which if we did sell, would certainly cover your costs and our commitment to you. So I guess my question is, we are going to potentially look at that sale again maybe in a year's time after we see whether the improvements are actually worthwhile. Would you be supportive of that type of trade-off where the city trades, say, a car park building for funding for the museum?
I'll take any recommendation you want to come up with. I think we've all been very much in agreement that it's something we've all got to work on together, and there'll be a bit of this and a bit of that, and we're not close to any sort of situation. What we're saying is if we can get a clear steer that the council is backing this project as much as it's able to, and given the economy that we're in, we can then go back to central government who are just saying to us, we want to see the council involved before we start talking. And I can assure you that we are talking at all sorts of levels, almost right up the top actually, to the government, and that's what we're being accused of. We haven't been talking. Of course, we've been talking to them, but they keep coming. So it's like a circular argument. Somebody needs to break cover, and I'd love it to be you.
Thank you for finishing with that, Kelly. Thank you, Tom and your team, Sarah, Shane, Nigel, and Andrea. Thanks for taking the time to come and talk to us today, and for the resource and the effort that's been put into your submission and your campaign. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next up we have Evan Price. Good morning, Evan. Thank you for waiting patiently. You've still got your 5 minutes. I haven't shaved anything off your time.
That's cool.
So
I'll talk quick.
fire ahead. Thank you.
I didn't realise it would be quite like this. It's a bit scary. Okay, I'm here as a ratepayer. I'm here as a father and grandfather. I have a passionate belief that we should pay our way, and I really feel strongly that we shouldn't be passing rates down to future generations. My rates are horrific. I know that. Listening to these guys, you're talking horrific figures, but I still believe passionately we should be paying our way and not passing it down to future generations. It does seem to me that sometimes that is a political thing, and I find that a wee bit offensive. I also believe passionately that the profits from the City Council companies should be used to pay their repairs and maintenance and keep infrastructure up to date, rather than subsidising some of the losses that are being incurred by some of the other entities. Number 2. Number 3, I live in Redcliffs. Redcliffs has multiple speed areas in its in the road, and my understanding is because the City Council is caught by the government regulations that they cannot change those speed limits. If we were made a village, then we could, like other villages in Canterbury, change our speed limit to 30 kilometres an hour. We have a school, we have old people in the area. Moi is one, shh, don't tell anyone. And there are many other entities in the area where we need to be careful, and we should, I believe, be running at 30 kilometres an hour. Last and not least, I'm strongly passionate about the land in McCormick's Bay Road that is adjacent to Main Road and Beachville Road that has the burial grounds in it. I support Martin ward, and I believe that if that was a Pākehā, if it had returned soldiers in it, there would be no question. And I believe there is no question in this issue also. It should return and be made a reserve. Although I have 2 minutes and 51 seconds left, I think it would be a misuse of my time to continue raving. I think I have said enough, but I ask you sincerely that you listen to my ideas, and you have got another 2 minutes and 35 seconds to some other organisation.
Thank you, Evan, for taking the time to come and talk to us today. I hope it wasn't too scary. And actually, I've got a couple of questions. So here we go. We've got Councillor McDonald first, followed by Councillor Cotter.
Hey, thank you for coming in. You just mentioned the companies within CCHL, the ones that make money and the ones that don't. I was just interested, what did you mean by that?
I guess what I'm concerned about is that in Dunedin at the moment, they are funding their stadium through, and some of their infrastructure is not being, the profits are taken out in order to make sure that the stadium is funded. Now, I think there is a strong chance that the stadium may have trouble making a profit, and there will be a temptation for the council to pull the profits out of some of these other companies to make the thing work and to make our rates look good. I appreciate that. I have had a business background. I understand what you're doing, but I still don't see why my kids and my grandkids should have to pay more rates because we don't have the internal fortitude to tackle the issues that we've got ourselves. I did have another word for internal fortitude, but it's not appropriate to use in this environment.
Thank you. Councillor Cotter.
Thank you for coming in. It's extremely refreshing to hear your view, and particularly your term, we should pay our way. My question to you is, do you feel that Christchurch people get good value for the rates they pay?
To me, that is not the question that you should be asking. What you should be asking, that we have got these entities, we have chosen to have these entities, we need to get off our derriere and pay for these entities. Whether we have good value, I mean, I'm assuming with the management skills here that you guys will manage it to your, I trust that. But therefore, but my belief is that we should fund it and get on with it and face it. I'm sorry, that doesn't answer your question, but I don't think that is the answer.
It kind of does, because you did express some trust in the governance. So thank you for that. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. I've got 9 seconds to go. Are there any more questions?
I'll take those 9 seconds. You're welcome to come back. I hope this hasn't been too scary for you, and we look forward to hearing from you on the long-term plan. Thank you, Evan.
Sounds good, and good luck, guys, and give it heaps.
Thank you. Okay, so next up we've got Anna Cranton, Amanda Jenkins and Mike Pekaski. No? Oh, no, sorry. No, sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm running ahead of myself. I've got Peter Beck. My apologies, I've jumped ahead on my agenda. Oh, my goodness, you thought you'd been left off. And Chris Oldham, welcome to you too. Lovely to see you in a supporting capacity here. So welcome, Peter. Thank you for taking time to come and see us today. And you've got 5 minutes. You know the drill.
Yeah, I know the drill. Kia ora tātou. Madam Deputy Chair and all Mayor rather, and all you councillors. Good to see some of you again. Some I've seen for a long time. Some are new to me, but that's all very good. With me, of course, is Chris. He's the administration manager for the cathedral, part of the team there since 1991, actually since Adam was a boy. He's been there forever, really, and will continue through until the day is carried out in a box. I was Dean of Christchurch from 2002 until 2012, and then was on the City Council with Bob Parker when he was Mayor. Now, you're getting lots of people coming from the cathedral over these years, 15 years, and you're getting more coming in to talk to you directly, I think, as well as me, so I don't need to go on too long. As you know from the submission I made, the cathedral vision has long been to engage with the life of the city and to minister to its needs. And my submission gave you several examples of how the venue for so many has held so many significant events nationally, regionally, citywide, and of course for many people personally. Over the years, the cathedral's enshrined our city's identity resilience, and spiritual heritage. It has given the city a focal point, a place where the sacred and the secular meet, where the city identity was actually born, anchored, and expressed. We're not called Christchurch for nothing. It was the logo of the City Council since 1988, and that was updated in 2008, and it continues to be the City Council's logo. And the logo, of course, is a visual shorthand for Christchurch's civic identity. So we're still there. The cathedral still stands for the civic identity of our city. Cities around the world have their icons to express their identity. Paris has got its Eiffel Tower, New York's got the Statue of Liberty, Rome the Colosseum, Rio de Janeiro, the Jesus statue, San Francisco, the Golden Gate Bridge, and of course, Sydney across the ditch has the Opera House. We have the cathedral in the square. So we're still, though, recovering from the earthquakes of 15 years ago. 15 years is a long time. And while we continue to fight over the future of the cathedral, all too easily we've forgotten the active role that it played in our lives. Deans and mayors worked closely together for the enhancement of our city. As well as being, up to the earthquakes while I was dean, Gary Moore, the mayor, and I met regularly. With Gary and the council team, we ran many events and things in the cathedral. I remember in particular a series called It's Time to Talk, where we brought people, local people, into the cathedral to sit around and have discussions about the important issues. We had Helen Clark as Prime Minister come to report on progress since the famous Hikoi of Hope of the 1990s. Debate, discussions, protests, celebrations, and we also had, as well as that, around about 800,000 tourist visitors a year, making us one of the country's top visitor attractions. From 2004, some of you may not know this, the City Council gave the cathedral an annual grant of $240,000. That continued annually right up until the earthquake. The grant was intended, and I picked this up from the council notes, to cover visitor services, not just religious service, the services we provided to visitors, tourists, civic and ceremonial use of the cathedral, and costs arising from its role as the city's icon, rather than solely a place of worship. And the council then, till the earthquakes, treated the grant as an operational expense. This grant continued right up until the earthquakes. So the relationship between the cathedral and the city council has been one of partnership, working together for the common good of the city. The intention, as you know, and you'll be told yet again before long, I'm sure, that we reopen the nave and the bell tower by 2030, making it again a very usable public space as well as religious space. And with your help, once again, that partnership can flourish. That's me done. Oh, it took a long time.
Thank you very much, Peter. Councillor Kewen.
Yeah, Peter, because some people question and say that it's just a church and so on and so forth, but as you pointed out, there's even fashion shows in there over the years.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But do you remember your last full house?
Sorry?
Do you remember your last full house?
That was just before the earthquakes, on the Sunday before the earthquakes.
So was that a full house that Sunday?
Pretty much.
Right, okay. Because do you remember the 6th of December, 2010? The service you held?
I can't remember
for
that.
the 29 members of Pike River that died.
Oh yes, I do remember that. That was a big event.
Yeah,
that was a huge event.
Packed out, and
yeah,
that's
absolutely.
what that building was for.
Exactly.
Was for services like that.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's where we had crowds of people. We had huge. Obviously, the Christmassy stuff was full on, but things like when Diana died, all that kind of stuff. People came to the cathedral, and we encouraged them in. All faith on none. We encouraged them to come and light candles, do whatever they felt they needed to do, and often that's happened. Christmas time, kids and everybody's bringing in gifts. Now they put them around the chalice, but they used to bring them. The Christmas tree used to be full of gifts that went through the city mission. It has been the place where the city has come to celebrate, to grieve, and it can be that again. I think it will be that again. But it is 15 years, and as I said, people have forgotten the significance and importance that it was. But it's still there, and it will be again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Lovely to hear from you, and thanks for coming along on a supporting act, Chris.
Good to see you all. Good to see you, people. Nice. Take care. Cheers.
Okay, this time I'm right. Apologies. Thank you for waiting. I've got Anna Cranton, Amanda Jenkins, and Mike Pekaski. And you're very wisely combining your 5 minutes each. So my maths tells me that that's 15.
clicker over there as
Oh,
well.
yes, do you want to do that?
And if you could kick off by just letting us know which of the organisations you each belong to, that'd be really helpful.
Yep.
Thank you. You've
Yeah,
got 15
Thank
minutes.
you. Kia ora.
Do you want to?
Yeah, kia ora. We are three business operators within the Christchurch City in Screen, and obviously, you know, Mike very well, with development of industry and
Can you please just
infrastructure.
move the microphone just a little bit closer
Sorry.
so that we can...
So I'm a producer based here in Screen. I've been doing it for 25 years. I've been based in Christchurch. I've grown my business here, international commercial production and feature film. And I'm also the co-chair of the organisation that we're presenting today, which is Te Puna Matarau, the Canterbury Screen Network. And this is Anna Canton.
Kia ora. So my name's Anna. I'm a film producer based here in Christchurch, 20 years experience. I have Anarchy Productions based here in Christchurch. I'm also the co-chair of Te Puna Matarau, the Canterbury Screen Industry Association, as well as a board member of Women Film and Television and the Pan Asian Screen Collective representative as well. And this is Mike.
Thank you.
Mike Pekaski.
So, tēnā koutou katoa, no mai haere mai ki tēnei koho I tēnei rā, kamihi ki te kaupapa o tēnei wā, nā te roro, no te roro, ka ora ai te iwi. So thank you guys for your time today and welcome to our presentation. With the spirit of the whakatoki, with our shared resources, our people will thrive. So as I said, we represent the screen industry here in Christchurch, and we're here to talk to you about supercharging investment into the screen sector in Christchurch to create Christchurch as an international screen city. Just click that, there we go. Okay, so what we seek, what the ask, we're looking for a commitment from the Christchurch City Council to reinstate the Screen Canterbury production grant into the annual plan this coming financial year in the next 3 years, to the tune of $500,000 a year over a total of $1.5 million over 3 years into the Screen Canterbury production grant. So we're basically seeking investment and city leadership into the screen sector in Christchurch to supercharge economic growth to create Christchurch as an internationally recognised screen-friendly city. Why this is important? So the Screen Production Grant is a unique attraction tool within the screen funding ecosystem in New Zealand. It's a unique to have a regional grant that attracts large productions to the city. When I say large productions, I mean feature films and long-form television shows that are both national and international successes. This is a growth boost and not a handout. So the Screen Production Grant, as it stands, brings a 13 times return on investment back into the city. So for every dollar, that's $13 back. This is important for the city because it builds jobs, it builds employment pipelines, it builds city investment, it builds skills, capacity, infrastructure, long-term relationships for growth in the sector, both domestically and internationally. That's the result of that. I'll hand it over to you, Amanda.
So obviously you're really aware that there has been a hugely successful screen production grant that the council has invested in since 2022. We have had a really boosted 5 years. It's been unprecedented. The screen grant is the only grant of its kind in New Zealand. All eyes are on Christchurch because of it, on a nationwide and international focus. So you have supported $1.8 million of investment into the city and Canterbury region, and we have actually grown a $24 million return spend, which Anna said it's actually slightly more than 3 to 1 return on investment. Nearly 1,000 crew jobs. We've had over 831 days of shooting. 600 businesses have been involved in chain supply, which is basically our tourism here in the city. And 18 projects have been successfully filmed in the region, which has given reinvestment, it's uplifted the potential, it's basically to really strengthen the attraction of Christchurch on the global stage. So we have a list of all the productions that have had the funding and the investment and brought all of the work and the jobs into the region. A lot of them have been award-winning. We've had a star attraction talent coming in to star and act in roles like Elijah Wood, for example. And,
Zachary Montgomery.
Yeah, Zachary
Miriam Margolis. Yep.
Yes. Jackie Weaver, Miriam Margolis, and Judy Davis have just starred in Holy Days, which is currently in the cinema. So it's been a real success. Here's some nice little pictures to show you that they do exist. And obviously, the next important thing is all of these productions have boosted our screen activity and our screen GDP. So there has been significant growth that has data, and we're really working hard. I know Christchurch NZ and Screen Canterbury have been trying to collect more data, and that's really important for the success. But we have increased from 78 million to 105 million, which is a huge 34% increase. So before 22, and the grant, there was approximately one major film made in Canterbury every 2 to 3 years. From 22 to 26, we've had 18. So it's quite significant, that growth, to recognise.
I want to talk a little bit about investment here and the value of that. So Auckland Council, as a sort of a case study of council committing to investment in their screen sector. So Auckland Council committed over a 25-year period in property and infrastructure in the screen sector, and their GDP growth, screen GDP growth from 2018 to 24 was from $500 million to $1.7 billion. That's extremely significant financial returns there. So the average growth rate is 6.7% in the screen sector compared to Auckland's average growth rate of 3.2%. So again, just demonstrating that Auckland's screen sector has benefited from the council's long-term investment commitment to the sector. 75% of screen activity currently is in Auckland, and that is a testament to the investment that the council has made in property and infrastructure through purchase and lease of property, and the return on investment comes from those assets. The Auckland screen sector is high capacity and self-sufficient. Multiple A-tier international productions can run there simultaneously, so it's high capacity, it's self-sufficient, and that's all been boosted from that initial investment and commitment to the sector. Just pop that there. So Christchurch can become this screen city, have a significant wedge of that screen activity. So we have diverse locations in close proximity. We have access to epic and unique South Island landscapes. We are strongly positioned with a production, education and infrastructure support. So we have significant investment into studios and training, Ko'awa for example, and there's opportunities for the city to match that investment to ensure we can become that self-sufficient sector. We are an attractive modern city for crews, for access and for affordability. We want the city to grow. We want to bring in ratepayers, film crews leaving Auckland. You know, we know Spaghetti Junction. We know the congestion of Auckland. Christchurch is very attractive to film crews to be able to live and grow here sustainably. And also there is the added factor of screen tourism and destination attraction. So not only does from the sort of filming production perspective, but it's also destination afterwards. Quite a lot of these significant projects shot of the 18 have Canterbury or Christchurch as a character within the film. Holy Days, Bookworm, The Cleaner, these are all specifically Canterbury and specifically Christchurch locations, which make tourism and interest in those projects culturally significant to bring tourism here. I just want to talk a little bit about, the investment that has been made, commitments that have been made here already. So Ko'awa Studios, which is the Canterbury University digital screen campus, have invested significant amounts of money, 90 million plus, into facilities, infrastructure and education to create that pipeline of training and industry here. And over 500 students will be work ready to go into an industry. If we don't have an industry pipeline, they will just leave, and that's a significant 500 500 a year on year, leaving because there's no industry here. That's not great. So I think ultimately, at the end of the day, we are demonstrating that our industry is open to growth and is right to become sustainable, but it needs city leadership and commitment to be able to achieve that.
I'm mindful that I've got some councillors with questions for you, so let's just keep an eye on the clock.
Okay, so we just want to acknowledge Screen Canterbury, which has been a foundation stone of this grant, to run it and be the interface organisation to support Screen in the region. It has a key function of the ecosystem and sector development. It has led the Screen strategy and the incentive. It is responsible for Screen facilitation and attraction across local, national and global Screen networks, and the opportunity is there for that to continue. I think we are. I'll just stop, but you can carry on.
My whole speech done, but I won't have time for it. But I'll just quickly highlight. New Zealand spends $3.5 billion a year. Gets $3.5 billion a year spent in the country. 1.7 billion goes to Auckland. 100 million comes here. Where Auckland's 32% of the population gets 50% of the spend. Christchurch is 13% of the population. We get 3% of the spend. It's basically we just are so far behind. The other issue is Canterbury spends $52 million on tax in terms of rebates through the government, and that all goes up to Auckland. So as a region, we've already pumped $52 million a year into this industry, and we get nothing back because we haven't grown the industry like Auckland has. We're 20 years behind Auckland. We need to start now. And as a businessman, I just don't get it. I don't get it. It's one of those industries where we have to. It's a weird industry where you actually have to support it as a council, or it just won't happen. We are heavily invested. We need you guys to get on board with us and support us. We've made a commitment, our family, to put $100,000 in for the next 3 years. I know this is an annual plan, not a long-term plan. So we're just talking about 1 year here. But we're gonna commit to 3. We don't get anything back for that. I haven't even told my dad about it yet. Actually, he's going to hit the roof.
This is being live streamed.
He's going to hit the roof.
He knows about it now.
But we just. It's one of those industries that this is so cool. It makes the city cool. We've got all these kids coming out of uni from this course that they've invested their time and money into, and there's no jobs here. I'll give you guys some questions.
Thank you very much for that. I'm grateful that you've included all the data and the evidential basis in your presentation. It's really helpful to have that. And as a parent with a child in the screen industry who's had to leave town, I hear you. So we've got 5 questions lined up. We may not get to all of them, but I'll start with the first 3 from Mark, Tyler and Tyrone.
Thank you. Mine might be more to the organisation. Is this the sort of thing we fund through Christchurch NZ rather than directly?
I think it was tagged on, kept aside from the CNZ grant as an extra. Well, we can come back to that and give some clarity. Let's not waste time with that today, but we'll get some clarity for the team. Thank you. So next I've got Tyler and then Tyrone.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
That 500k that you were talking about, is that for discretionary spend, or does that go to a certain part of the industry?
Specific productions. It goes directly into incentivising productions to come here and do their productions here.
Like a bid kind of thing?
Yeah, it's contestable and it goes through, but it is contestable on the amount of spend that comes into the region as to how much they get.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Tyrone.
Thank you for all that you do, and thanks for acknowledging all the wonderful filming locations around Christchurch, i.e. Banks Peninsula. Actually, Mark sort of asked my question, but as a follow-on from that, is Christchurch NZ the right receptacle for that grant? And in terms of being able to administer it, and I don't want to put you on the spot. I'm just curious. And do you feel like that they're well resourced enough to be able to deliver, administer that grant in the best way that helps supercharge the industry? Acknowledging your question to staff, Vic.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think that there needs to be some robust discussion around what the future of this opportunity could look like, in terms of what's the best fit, and I guess the best organisation to keep moving forward would be the Economic Development Agency for the city. But whether or not it's got enough support to do that is the big question, which probably is something that the council needs to discuss with Christchurch NZ. Screen Canterbury is a very vital
part of the ecosystem.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
Thank you very much, Amanda. We've got one final question then from, actually we've got Tim and Jake. Yep, here we go, quickly.
I asked this question of someone else earlier on. We're facing, or maybe facing, a 4% rates cap.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to affect a lot of things. One of the things that will, we're hoping it'll be 3 waters included, so that's going to free up some money. What I'd like you guys to do is think about how that affects or could affect you, because we've got so many people, and yet we'll be capped at 4%. So that will affect you, and how you can get past that. And I think it's a really good question and discussion to have with Christchurch NZ, because that's just Auckland will be facing it, everybody will be facing it. But I think it's really good coming from you, how that can help.
Okay, thank you. I think that's more a statement rather than a question. Jake, quick question from you.
Thank you. Global marketplace now for shooting. I know Hollywood's struggling. Canada, UK, Australia, us. We're attracting those productions, and I get that at a national scale. It's the government's incentives that are bringing people in. Our local incentives, largely, I guess it's sort of encouraging people to come here instead of Auckland, Wellington, or wherever else. Do you have any tracking, any data around which productions you think would have come here anyway versus which were truly attracted, and could you split that?
Probably not in finite detail right now, but there were definitely attraction to the region because of the story, for one. The locations were a huge component of that, and also the incentive pulled them in here. The data around how many didn't come or how many did come was actually probably more specific to how much incentivising there was available. I think that our location, there are big international productions which come down to the south to do plate shots or secondary location unit work. But if we don't send the right messaging out to the international marketplace and also to the Auckland industry, they won't be aware of what we can offer.
Sorry, the question is just simply, do you know which productions that are shot here would not have come here had they not been incentivised? Is there any way to get that data?
We would be able to follow up on that, absolutely.
So we can have another
pretty
conversation.
much all the ones that you listed.
There were 18 that came in, and there were a lot more that wanted to come.
Right. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm well over time. I'm losing my reputation as a chair for keeping to time, but thank you. That was worth it.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you.
I appreciate the effort and time you've put in. Thank you very much.
Cheers, guys.
So next up we have Life in Vacant Spaces, and I think we've got Alicia Blog. I'm not sure if I pronounced your name correctly.
Yes, Alicia.
Thank you, Alicia. And who have you got with you,
and
Alicia?
This is Rachel Shields, who's
Hello,
also
Rachel.
at
Thank you.
Libs.
So you won't be penalised from me running over time. So you've got 5 minutes. Oh no, you've got 10. Here we are.
Cool.
Thank you.
Just shift my spectacles. Kia ora koutou. Alicia Blog from Life in Vacant Spaces, and Rachel Shields, who's recently joined me back on the team lately. We connect vacant buildings with people who have ideas and who make it possible for them to actually give it a go. We've been doing this since 2012. Now we're seeing more demand than ever for accessible space within our city. So at our core, we connect empty spaces with people who have ideas, which include creative, community, and entrepreneurial. We make it easier for people to try things, test an idea, and get started, most often without the barriers of a traditional lease. And in doing that, we're helping bring diverse activity into parts of the city or spaces that might otherwise sit empty. We've been operating, as I mentioned, since 2012, and over that time we've built a really trusted model. People come to us when they have an idea but they don't know where to start, and increasingly when they simply can't access space any other way. Demand is strong and growing, and we're seeing more people wanting to be part of this ecosystem, particularly as conditions become more challenging. In the current economic climate, this work becomes even more important. We're often the entry point for people that want to try something. Artists, startups, creatives and community projects, but can't take the risk of the commercial lease. We support to provide a practical, low-cost, low-risk way for people to test an idea and get started. We're supporting both community wellbeing and economic wellbeing, and this sits within a sector that contributes over $17 billion to New Zealand's economy. The arts is essential to recovery, and we need arts now more than ever. We've done this post-earthquake, through COVID, and we know how to adapt to these ever-changing conditions. We're at an interesting point right now. We're getting a lot more inquiries, and demand for space for these kind of projects is increasing, but access is becoming more difficult as our city grows and develops, and as economic conditions make it harder for people to take on risk. And while the city is changing, one thing remains constant: there will always be vacancies. At the same time, we're seeing changes in the local ecosystem, with fewer organisations able to support this kind of grassroots activation. There's a real risk of losing momentum in this space at a time when a need is growing. And it's important to note that this work isn't just unique to Christchurch. Similar models operate across Aotearoa and internationally as well. I've been connecting with multiple organisations across the world doing this work. So this is a proven approach, and Christchurch has been a leader in this space for some time. One of the biggest opportunities we're working on right now is the development of a creative hub. We're working with a growing number of people who need somewhere to work, make and test ideas, but can't access or afford space in the current market. A creative hub would provide shared workspace, exhibition opportunities and a practical entry point for people to get started alongside public-facing activity. And importantly, this doesn't need to be a high-cost build. It would be delivered through the same model we already use, working with underutilised spaces and adapting it over time. It builds directly on the work that we are already doing. It's about creating accessible, flexible infrastructure for creativity in a way that's realistic and cost-effective. Alongside this, we're also looking at how we can continue to support grassroots arts at a grassroots level as our city evolves. One of the ways that we're doing this is through a program we're developing called In Place, connecting artists with workplaces across the city. It's about bringing creativity into everyday environments while also creating new opportunities and income streams for artists. As the city becomes more built out and polished, it's important we don't lose space for grassroots creativity, and this is one way we can continue to support that in a very practical way. Cities will always have vacancies, and vacancies equal opportunities. Currently, we receive $70,000 per year in operational funding from Christchurch City Council, which we are incredibly grateful for. However, this is a 30% reduction from previous levels. The level of funding doesn't fully cover our capacity required to deliver this work, particularly given the demand that we are currently seeing. We're being asked by people to do more in a more complex environment with fewer resources than we once had. Our ask is relatively simple. We are seeking restored and possibly increased operational funding, along with greater certainty through a multi-year approach. We also support the continuation of the rates incentive mechanisms, which play an important role of making spaces accessible and helping enable this work to happen. For a relatively small investment from Christchurch City Council, we deliver impact across the entire city, supporting creatives and communities, activating spaces and contributing to Otatahi's vibrancy. Christchurch has invested significantly in rebuilding its physical environment. What we do is help bring life into those spaces. We're ready to continue and grow this role. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I've got a question here from Celeste.
First of all, I just want to say thanks. I know what incredible work you guys do, and you do it on very small budget. So I certainly hear your request to kind of go back to at least what you were getting before. Do you know in the past, were you getting line item funding, or is it from the contestable pot? Or if not, I can find out. Because I have a feeling you might have received line item funding, so it might be something we want to consider.
It's set separately.
Yeah.
Previously.
It was previously separately. Yeah. Okay, so I think that's something we should look at, and I'll just get some advice on that. And just finally from me, the Creative Hub, have you got any ideas of where that might go?
Possibly. We've been looking, Central City has been really important. From past, we did a survey through last year, and that was our ideal. However, the expense of Central City is kind of limiting, so we are currently looking at New Brighton space as well.
Okay. Thank you for that. Next, we've got Andre, followed by Tyrone. That's probably all we've got time for. We'll see how we go.
Thank you. We've got a space that's often vacant called Cathedral Square. Is this a space you believe you could bring life to if you have resource to do so?
Yeah, I certainly believe there is with us, through us, our connections, our relationships. We work with so many people and have connections across the city with how we could work and help to make that space become a community space as well as a public amenity, and ensure that it's at a level where our city is at as well.
You seem like an obvious someone to help us do that. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for that, Andre. Tyrone.
Thank you. You guys do an absolutely amazing job, and I think everyone realises that, or if they don't, they should realise that. Now, Gatfiller is wound down. So what is the impact on LIVs? Because Gatfiller specifically, I remember Coralie was quoted in the paper, or Coralie or Ryan is saying, the mantle is taken up by LIVs now, and I just sort of want your comment on how that's going to affect, potentially putting you on the spot. Sorry to do so.
That's all right. It's really interesting. Like, Gatfiller have always been a real project-driven organisation, whereas we sit a lot behind the scenes as a facilitator of the projects. So that is why it is also hard for us to kind of find their operational funding. Yep. Gatfiller are more upfront and shiny, and they can kind of prove their work a bit more. Yep. I believe there's a space for us to step into and support that more project-based projects as well. So there is definitely, I feel, since I've wound down, and we still have a very good relationship with Ryan and Coralie, and always have. They started LIVs from the get-go as well. There's definitely that space to ramp up that kind of work within our court as well.
Brilliant, thank you.
Okay, Yanni, did you have your hand raised very quickly, please? Keeping an eye on the clock.
Yeah, thank you. And I went to an art exhibition just a couple of weeks ago that I think you guys had helped facilitate in a building, which was really cool to see, spaces being repurposed. I was just curious if you've done much work or thought about partnership with our libraries. I note that we have a lot of creative stuff now in our libraries, but sometimes it does seem quite underutilised. So I was just wondering if there was any partnership that you've considered around just creating, using that space as a creative space with the technology and the machines that they have.
Yes, we're always looking for, new partnerships and places. It's just the time that it takes to kind of build these relationships and figure out what the opportunity is there. I was recently in Tuaranga and found a space that is curated upstairs there for the kids, and discussed the opportunity of bringing that out into a public, format. So you kind of have that cross-pollination, I suppose, between the two. We are always looking at these things, and it's always great to hear these ideas as well.
And then obviously we've got the new stadium as well, which will have a lot of empty space during the year when it doesn't have events. So
yeah.
Thank you very much, Alicia, and your supporting act, Rachel. Thanks for taking the time to come and speak to us today.
Thank you very much.
Next, I'd like to welcome up Hans van der Voorn. Welcome, Hans. I'm sorry we're running behind the clock. I'll take full responsibility for that. Thank you for waiting.
The
floor is yours.
I'll just briefly introduce myself so that gives you a bit of context for some of my comments. I'm the founder and CEO of Eyes on Science, which is a nanotechnology company headquartered here. We have 60 employees. We manufacture high-tech products and sell them in 50 countries. My observations around that are we need Christchurch to be an attractive place to live in. So we're not driven by, we could save 1 or 2% on our rates. It is not going to move the dial for us. but we attract people from overseas, particularly from Auckland, to come and live here. And Christchurch has a lot to offer them, you know, particularly younger people, 100 grand a year kind of thing, can buy a house and all that sort of thing. So we'd like it to be an attractive city and not so much worried about, well, let's not spend any money on anything other than the roads and the drains. So that's our view. My other background is I'm originally a civil engineer, and I was the founder, among other things, of Nova Gas, which now trades as Nova Energy, and in that sense was responsible for commissioning a lot of infrastructure. We built a lot of gas pipelines around the North Island. Prior to that, I had a 15-year career with Downer and was involved in construction, design and build and a range of things. So my real point of my talk is the observation that in New Zealand, infrastructure cost productivity is about the worst in the world. I was at a talk recently with the Secretary of the Treasury was there, and he agreed that we spend a lot on infrastructure, but we don't get much for our money. And my comments really are a few modest changes in the way that infrastructure projects are commissioned could save a lot of money. And if you set yourself a target of increasing infrastructure productivity by 5%, it would more than pay for the previous speakers, which is a good thing, hundreds of times over. An observation is the big consulting firms are not your friends. They're now very large multinationals. You are their client and the aim is to maximise profit. They are not innovative in any way at all, highly bureaucratic. They need to be managed accordingly, not just here's a massive project, could you go and do it and send us the bill when you're finished. Over-engineering is a natural outcome of the procurement process. Their risk is not aligned with your risk. Their risk is if they over-engineer it, they're not going to get criticised for something going wrong, but you pay the bill. The risk and reward should be appropriately managed. A modest change that I'd suggest is that when you review a project, you have a review engineer, whether that's internal or external. There is no part of the review process that says, could you assess the value for money? Is there a more innovative, better way to do this, as opposed to have you got enough concrete and steel in your design? So the review process is really set up to increase the cost, not reduce the cost. A pretty modest change. I think that could be done relatively easily. Also, the way the contracts are structured, it's an accounting thing. Let's have a fixed price contract. If you put all of the risk back onto the contractor or the engineer, they'll inevitably price that in a different way. And when we commissioned our pipelines at Nova Gas, we came in a net 2% under budget. We managed the risk by, if there was rock, concrete, whatever, we'd have an adjustable schedule of rates. We asked them to fix the price of their productivity, but not to fix the price of what was under the ground, and had an efficient way to manage that process, and it was highly successful. I don't think anybody explicitly asked for cost-saving ideas. At a council, it's difficult. Typically, you're not engineers. But if you fabricate that into tenders, so you allow for the contractors to suggest a way to save some money and let them get the benefit of that, that's not the norm. And another idea is you've got the engineering school here, which I'm a graduate of. I think working closely with the engineering school would probably drive some local innovation. I think they would appreciate it, but you'd probably find you'd get the payback pretty easily. Thank you. That was all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Hans, for coming along. And I think you highlight a good point about it's not what we do, it's how we do it that's really going to shift the dial. And I can see that the chair of our Finance and Performance Committee is chomping at the bit to talk to you because he's nodding his head. So, Sam.
No, I just thought that was fantastic. One of the things I think we should take away as an action, I really like your idea of the procurement.
Yes.
And the effectively, not sharing the benefit as such, but going, how can we work together so we get a better product that they're rewarded for as well. So, yeah. So I'd be keen whether we can just take that as an action, even if it is having a discussion with you
happy
offline
to do that.
around procurement.
You've got my email address. Happy to come and chat.
Thank you, Hans, for sharing your pedigree and your thoughts with us. Tyler, I'm going to cut off the questions here because I'm really running behind the clock today. So thank you very much.
So just email me. I'll catch up.
Thanks, Hans. Very much. And next up, I've got Ruth Woodley. Welcome, Ruth, and who have you got with you today?
Hey, this is my husband, Ian.
Hello, Ian, in a supporting role.
Yeah, we're residents of 8 Balmoral Lane. I wish to emphasise the environmental benefits of retaining numbers 4 and 6.
Can you please just move that microphone a little bit closer so we can hear you at this end?
Yep.
Thank you.
I wish to emphasise the environmental benefits of retaining numbers 4 and 6 Balmoral Lane in council ownership. As you can see in the photos, that's all as they are at present. I think there might have been one that you've got in our submission of the land in 2017 when it was bare. The area has changed dramatically in those 9 years. Following the red zoning and purchase by the government, Land Information New Zealand fenced both properties and planted a few native plants. Maintenance was minimal at best, resulting in a proliferation of weeds. We met with the contractor responsible and the Lynn's Red Zone property manager to discuss the state of number 6, which is our neighbour. We were given verbal permission to continue the planting and maintain the site. Having worked successfully to establish a patch of self-sustaining rabbit and possum-free bush on number 6, 2 winters ago we began adding to the planting at number 4, with flaxes, ringa and tree seedlings. Should the council decide to retain this property, we're happy to continue planting and take over the weed eating until it becomes self-sustaining. Our reward has been the progressive greening of this area and the consequential increase in native bird life. We've also had positive feedback from neighbours and local users of the causeway and the coastal pathway as the trees have grown to visible heights. Some are now 3 or 4 metres high. Since writing our submission, we've become aware that there was once an urapa on the property below the cliffs, 156 McCormick's Bay Road. We believe the developing bush would be a fitting and peaceful backdrop to this historic site. We do understand that the council did not seek ownership of these properties post-earthquake. However, the cost was to the government, not to the council. We urge you to retain both these plots of land. If left as native bush, there will be a negligible cost to the council. As it becomes self-sustaining, really there's nothing. They will be an asset to the area and will contribute towards the city's carbon credits. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for that. Tyler, was that a hand up question? Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you so much for your work on this. I haven't very often heard the work that's gone into something such as this project here. I have a question if you know of any future plans. So, for example, if we were to dispose of it, was it to be for residential?
That is a decision for the council, not for me.
Yeah, well, look, I'm happy to note this.
It is residential.
It is a residential property, but I guess that there was a bit of implication in the way that Lynn's treated the properties by restricting access and planting as opposed to other red zone properties that have just been left in a mowable condition, that maybe they wouldn't be built on. But that's not our decision. And
of course.
Yeah.
No, that's great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. We can take a note of this and seek some advice from staff on it. Aaron, I think you've got a question?
Yeah, well, it's on the same thing that you raised, that there was an urupa at the bottom of the hill there. Then that needs to go to, I think, to our treaty team to just work out what we do around those sites once they're identified, because you're not meant to build on them anyway. You can go near, but you can't build on. I think it's the rule in New Zealand. So if it needs to be clearly marked, and then that might determine what happens.
Thank you for that, Aaron. We are aware that on number 4 there are shell middens that these days I think are largely hidden by growth, as you can't see it really in the photo, but Balmoral Lane, which is actually a private lane, goes up, and a lot of number 4 is actually taken up in right of way.
Right.
But on that cliff there is evidence of shell middens on that site.
Thank you, Ruth, and then we'll take a note of that and seek some staff advice on it. Thank you very much. Thanks for taking the time to come and present to us today.
Thank you.
So next up is Summit Road Society and Predator-Free Port Hills. I think I've got Paula and Amanda. Is that correct? Who's who?
Yes. I'm Paula Jameson.
Hello, Paula.
President of the Summit Road Society, and Amanda Roxburgh is our manager.
Thank you. You've got 10 minutes.
Thank you. So we appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. Just a little bit of history. The Summit Road Society dates back to 1948 following the advocacy by John Jameson to restore his grandfather's legacy. Now, this legacy was in reference to the work of Harry L. During the 1940s, his 3 rest houses, the signs of the Bellbird, Packhorse and Kiwi, had been vandalised, and the reserves, such as Kennedy's Bush, had been grazed. For those that don't know me, I am a great-granddaughter of Harry L. and John Jameson's my father. During the 1960s, there was concern about development on the upper reaches of the Port Hills. Now, fortunately, the value of the land surrounding the Summit Road was recognised by the passing of the Summit Road Protection Act of 1963. But this was always open to challenge, as seen by the Gondola Project, and I dare say it's even more so under the current government. The Summit Road Society recognises that owning land is the best means of protection of the skyline of the Port Hills. Through legacies and donations, today the Society owns and manages 4 reserves on the Port Hills covering over 530 hectares. These are Omahu Bush and Gibraltar Rock, Ohinatahi and Linda Woods reserves. We operate 4 volunteer groups, and we also lead the backyard trapping project Predator-Free Port Hills. Our long-term vision includes restoring native vegetation to the gullies of the Port Hills, and among other benefits, native reforestation of the gullies will store carbon, create habitat for native species, reduce fire risk, and reduce sediment pollution in the Opawaho, Heathcote River, and in Whakaropo, Littleton Harbour. We have both regenerating native bush and revegetated areas registered in the ETS scheme, and we're carbon positive in terms of our activities. All our reserves are open to the public, and as we've mentioned in our submission, we're developing new walking tracks. We're working with the council to develop a connecting mountain bike track at the top of Linda Woods Reserve, and in collaboration with Living Springs and the council, we recently called for tenders for a new car park on the Southern Summit Road, and this car park will provide ready connection not only to Omahu Bush, Gibraltar Rock and Otahuna reserves, but also to the Crater Rim Walkway and to Cooper's Knob. We value the support and guidance that the Regional Parks team provides to our society. Now, our volunteers spent some 8,000 hours on our reserves and council reserve land on the Port Hills. But this work by volunteers still requires funding and coordination. And we strongly support an increase in funds allocated to the Environmental Partnership Fund. This fund is to support proactive partnership work between council and community groups such as ours. And this is to achieve environmentally focused activities and projects on publicly accessible land and waterways. We're grateful for the multi-year funding we received from this grant. This was $60,000 over the 2024, 25, 26. We're a non-profit society run almost entirely by volunteers and funded through bequests and grants, most of which do not cover operational expenses. We have one part-time manager, Amanda, which the Environmental Partnership Fund helps support. We recognise that the council is under financial pressure, but we would request that this grant increases to $75,000 per annum for the next 3 years. Considering that the labour input into our reserves and predator-free Port Hills is over considering the labour input into our reserves and predator-free Port Hills is over $450,000, that's calculated at the new living wage rate, this would seem a good return on investment. Each year the council supports wellbeing in the community by providing contestable community grants. We support the continuation of this funding. We certainly do not support a decrease. I'd like to stress here that our reserves aren't just for nature, but are a massive free public asset supporting the well-being of the people of Christchurch. We are pleased that the contestable Christchurch Biodiversity Fund is continuing. It offers support to private landowners like us to protect areas of significant ecological value. The Biodiversity Fund is one of the few funding options available for weed control on land of high biodiversity value. Weeds are a significant threat to native biodiversity. Unfortunately, weeds do not attract the same level of attention or funding for control as predators do, yet they are an increasing threat. We do have predator controls operating in all our reserves. We have eliminated pigs and deer from Omahu Bush Reserve, which is actually in Selwyn District, and this is through control and fencing. We need to extend the pest-free Banks Peninsula work to the Port Hills and to eliminate not only predators, but feral goats, pigs, and deer. We are grateful for the $51,700 awarded to us very recently for weed and predator control. The Strengthening Communities is another contestable community grant which provides cost-effective and essential support to community groups, including those involved in ecological restoration and pest control. We support the increase in funding proposed in the draft annual plan. Our Predator-Free Port Hills project received multi-year funding from this grant. We have some 1,700 households who worked about 7,000 hours last year protecting the peri-urban fringe of the Port Hills. This area provides the first line of defence for pest-free Banks Peninsula, and multi-year funding helped allow for forward planning. We support the increased provision to the Climate Resilience Fund, but would like to see adaptation to land-based hazards, such as fire, also considered. The Canterbury Climate Change Risk Assessment of 2022 specifically identifies the Port Hills as an area where fire weather will increase over the coming years. We're pleased to see the Council has funded these environmental heat and fire sensors in several places on the Port Hills. But as I mentioned here last year, and in writing to the Council needs to fund additional sensors along the Southern Summit Road, specifically where fire has twice now crossed the Summit Road in the vicinity of Mount Ada and burnt down into a Hinatahi Reserve, and also at areas of high risk, such as the John Jameson Lookout, and further south in the region of Omahu Bush Reserve and Living Springs. So in conclusion, thank you for the opportunity to make this submission. We value the support the Council provides us, both in person from Regional Parks personnel and financially as we work to protect, regenerate and restore Indigenous vegetation on our reserves for the public to enjoy. We're grateful for the portion of funding that is allocated operationally, as well as the opportunity to apply for specific grants. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very eloquent presentation. We've got time for a question, and we've got Tyrone with his hand up. Thanks.
Kia ora, Paula and Amanda. Thank you for all you do. And look, you don't need to convince me of the value of the Summit Road Society. Just on the, Paula, you mentioned just you'd request an increase in funding. Just for clarity, would that be contingent on the fund increasing? And the reason I ask that is that if it didn't increase, that might cannibalise the funding that goes to other equally valuable organisations. So without trying to put you on the spot there, which is a theme of this morning from me for some reason, could you, is that contingent on the fund increasing, or is it, were you just saying like we'd like a bigger share of the pie?
If the fund doesn't increase, I accept that a jump from $60,000 to $75,000 per annum is probably unlikely. We'll also be asking Selwyn District Council to increase their partnership funding as well. They did last year significantly, but we could ask them for a bit more. But yes, no, we're conscious of the financial constraints. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time to come and speak with us today and the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next submitter is online, and he's been waiting patiently, representing Scullerup Industries Limited. Have we got you there?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and I'd be grateful if you could pronounce your name for me, please. I'm at risk of not...
Dino Kudras.
Hello, Dino Kudras. Thanks for joining us today, and thank you for your patience. We're running slightly behind schedule. The floor's yours for 5 minutes.
Hopefully I can buy you back a couple of minutes. Just a short comment from me. I would like to urge the Christchurch City Council to take decisive action in providing necessary funds to complete the planned renovation and improvement works of the Canterbury Museum. Speaking as a father of 3 children myself, I want my kids to learn about the Christchurch history and to see some of the historical artifacts that are stored in the collection hosted by the museum. Speaking as the Executive General Manager of Scalar Up, a business which has deeply rooted Canterbury history, I want us, and I've also heard comments from various colleagues, that we want this to be a more attractive city for young professionals to remain and settle in. And after studying at University of Canterbury myself and moving overseas for several years, the shared fond memories of the museum were a significant draw card for both my wife and myself to move back to Christchurch and settle here with our 3 kids. So in midst of escalating living costs and the evident brain drain of Kiwis to Australia, I believe we need public establishments with affordable entry conditions for young families to connect with. So the Canterbury Museum is a very important contributor to helping us Cantabrians maintain and develop our sense of belonging to the region. And it helps us to learn from history and grow our pride in our home and the people that we share it with. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got time for a question from Councillor Johansson.
Thank you, and thank you for your submission. Do you think there's a way that council could do more to attract philanthropic or external funding from corporates in the city who who are successful in their own way to contribute back to some of the facilities? I'm just mindful of we haven't done that very well with the new stadium, but we've got places like the museum which a number of groups haven't, a number of organisations, businesses may wish to support.
Dino, you've been put on the spot there very much.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely fine. I'm happy to be put on the spot. Just to make sure I understand the question correctly, the question is, what can you do as the council to incentivise business to invest more in facilities such as the museum? Is that correct?
Yeah, is there a way that we could get a greater contribution from the private sector towards some of these?
Yanni, I think he's got the gist of your question. If we can just let him answer, please.
Yep. I think the thing you can do more is essentially just engage with us. I feel like there was a history in the past, particularly for Scalar Up. Some of you might know that Scalar Up used to fund both the Horticultural Society and also developments in the Port Hills. There still are a variety of park benches in the Port Hills that bear the Scalar Up name. Similar with Edmonds funding the park and the likes. I think there was more engagement between the corporate sector and the council in the past. And I think it's usually the council, in my opinion, that has to initiate such ideas because, of course, we're all very busy organisations. We're paid to deliver by the end of the financial year, and it's very hard for us to know where a opportunity may exist. In particular, as I've seen you divesting some of your land, I think Scalar Up would have an elevated appetite to support or develop something there. Things like natural reserves, investing in anything to do with carbon capture. I think there's a huge appetite there because, of course, we are, as a publicly listed company, we are obliged to report on our climate impact, and anything we can do there to offset our carbon emissions is something there's a huge appetite for. So if there's ever any more appetite for discussion, just please don't hesitate to reach out. My email is publicly available.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great question. Thanks, Yanni, and thank you for your response there, Dino. It's giving us something to think about. Thank you for taking the time to present to us today, and my apologies that you had to wait. Thank you.
No worries. You're very welcome. Enjoy. Bye.
Thank you.
Happy Easter.
And you. And our final submitter, waiting very patiently for this morning's session, is Trevor George. Hello, Trevor. Welcome. It's the afternoon now. Good afternoon.
Yeah, hi. First of all, thank you for this time, 5 minutes. I'm a residential ratepayer, Banks Peninsula and in the city. I wrote a few things, but the one I'd really like to spend time on is the community contestable grants. Okay, I'm one of the volunteers involved in the Ekarawa Heritage Festival Society Incorporated. We put on the French Festival every couple of years. Okay, I'm actually the treasurer, and I just want to put a plug in for no reduction in the community contestable funding. I think I read something like you might say 385,000, but every $1,000 there is so meaningful towards organisations like ours, because, as you probably know, it's so difficult to get not just sponsorship, but other funds from other sources like the Rata Foundation, who've changed their criteria and so on. So we're very grateful. We've received a grant of 100,000 from the council, and we certainly want to say a big thank you to that. And I'd like to say that the multiplier effect, both social, cultural and economic, which are in our constitution as our goal, I believe it's pretty strong, especially for the Banks Peninsula community, okay? So the sorts of things we put on are things like night markets, antique fairs, mini cabarets and big events as well. We have a lot of business with the city, with involving hiring marquees and catering equipment, and we do employ contractors as well. Most of them are Banks Peninsula based people for IT services and so on. So yeah, I'm just really putting in a plug for keeping the social fabric going. Of course, the obvious ones are the accommodation, the restaurants, the hotels and so on as well, who benefit from this. And also the fledgling entrepreneurs, the small operators of, little market stalls and that sort of stuff. You've got to look after those people too, So that's basically all I want to say. I did write other things, but I can answer any questions about any of those, but there's probably no need. So that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor. It's very much a recurring theme from this morning's session in relation to those grants. Do I have any questions? Thank you very much for waiting patiently, and thank you for taking the time to submit and present in person. So, yep, we've recovered a minute or two, but probably not quite enough. But we're back at 1:15. So yeah, we've just got just over sort of 35 minutes. See you then, everybody. Thank you. We're adjourned until 1:15. afternoon, gentlemen. 1 minute over time. So we've got David Hawke from the Hallsville Residents Association, and who have we got with you?
So we've got John Bennett, who's our chairman.
Hello, John. Welcome.
Yeah.
So
Right,
you know the drill. You've got 10 minutes. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. So hello everyone, and tēnā koutou. I'm David Hawke, as we've just said. So I'm Treasurer of Hallsville Residents Association, and John's our Chair. So normally we would have Secretary Adele Gerards doing this presentation, but she's away in Auckland with her family. Although the topic that we're talking about does in some respects fit my role as Treasurer quite well. But as always, thanks for the opportunity to talk to you today. And as always, also we'll assume that you've had a look at our submission. So we're going to do a bit of an overview that pulls together some of the key ideas. So the theme, I think, that runs through our submission is community with a capital C. So in that regard, a bit of a sideline here. We really appreciated that our Mayor and Deputy Mayor fronted for the city at the mosque attack commemoration a few weeks ago. Yeah, so something we heard from contacts in the Muslim community immediately after the mosque attack was a concern that the wider city would actually largely forget the suffering and that their community would then go on to remember alone. So, you know, thanks very much, Phil and Victoria. Phil's obviously not here, but yeah, thank you very much. That was a really good gesture. And thanks also to all the other elected members that turned out as well. Anyway, our view is that a city is or should be a community of people living together and depending on each other, even if sometimes we actually can't stand each other. It does tend to happen, doesn't it? We cannot live as isolated individuals, whether we like it or not. So we, in our submission, explore some of the consequences of thinking of ourselves and ourselves alone in our submission. So that being the case, how does City Council, both staff and elected members, keep in loop with people who live in our city? So there's a bit of a potential for a goldfish bowl effect here. So how do we actually get to walk in the shoes and see with the eyes of others outside our immediate circle? And in our own experience as individuals within Hallsville Residents Association, is that for me? No, right.
As you were, carry on.
Right. We find people in our city with lived experiences very, very different from our own. So in principle, this sort of fishbowl effect is where community boards come in. However, as we explain in our submission, community boards are isolated from their communities. And symptomatic of that, people in our Hallsville community do not know how council works or how to make their concerns, needs and ideas heard. One of the key changes we think that you should make to the draft annual plan is to establish a capital project to establish getting community boards out and meeting at different venues across their board areas. We remember 2 boards on our side of town who tried it back in 2021, and it can be transformative, but it was only once or maybe twice. You may or may not know that schools are the linchpins of local communities, both Hallsville and elsewhere. So you could arrange for someone from your engagement team to just hang out once or twice a week at each school across the city so they got to hear these lived experiences. We made this suggestion to one of your senior managers a few years back, and a wistful, faraway look came across her face, and if only. Then there are various plans and policies that guide your decision-making across our city and in our communities. One of the issues that we have is how out of date these are. So Port Hills Reserve's Future Management Requirements Policy, 1993. And you say, well, and Hallsville Quarry Management Plan, 2009, which is not much better given the changes that have occurred in the last 15 to 20 years. So those are just 2 examples that affect us in Hallsville. At one level, we're really, really disappointed to see your proposal to decrease contestable community funding for groups such as ours. However, at another level, we're really pleased you made this proposal because it showed us unequivocally something that we've experienced from council as an organisation in just the last few years, of a decreased interest in communities across the city. We think that this is it's hard to say what the best descriptor is here. We'll say not clever, and it augurs badly for our future as a city. We'll leave it at that. Thanks for listening. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. That's a consistent theme we've been hearing this morning. David, do we have any questions from my colleagues? Thank you, Tim.
I've asked this a couple of times today. Have you talked to any of your central government representatives with regards to the proposal for a 4% rates cap? Because
we talk to our MPs, electorate MPs, on a regular basis, but that's not one of the things that we've brought up. The reason for that is that we try and stick to things that are very definitely horsewall. But sure, we can put it on our list. Totally understand where you're coming from with that, and your cost of doing business and our cost of doing business is not the consumer price index.
No, exactly. So yeah, thank you very much for that. Cheers.
Got a question from Andre.
Thank you. Are you just able to talk a bit more about funding for Anzac Day annually?
Yes. Right, so it's quite an interesting one. So as we've sort of said, do you want to talk about that, or should we?
Oh, you're doing well.
So at our last Strengthening Communities Fund application, we applied for $3,500, which covered the cost of running the Anzac commemoration and nothing else. It did cover the cost of our things like incorporated societies costs and all those sorts of things, but we need those to run Anzac. So we got granted we asked for 3,500, we got 2,500. I looked at our spreadsheet yesterday and we've still got a lot of costs to come in. We're sitting at 3,300. So we are, as of this moment, $800 plus down the gurgler.
Okay. So something it is significant. And are you just able to please talk to, you've got in here, delete project Cars Reserve Club relocation. You're just able to talk about the Resident Association's views on the prioritisation of something like that.
It seems to us that this is something that comes up every year, and it seems to can get kicked down the road. And sort of just between you and me, it would seem that the council is caught between a rock and a hard place. At one level, they've given the lease to the kart club. At the other side, I think they've given the undertaking to the adjacent property developer that the kart club will be gone, and not in 2053 or 54. And so, there has to be something seen to be being done, but what seems to us to be what's happening is that it goes in the long-term plan, so you can say to the property developer, we're doing it, and then next time you kick it down the year because you're not going to do it until 2054 and you say goodbye to them. Is that a fair?
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, David.
Thank you.
Just remember, you've said between you and me, this is a live stream, this meeting, and it's a public meeting, so it might just be a phrase.
We are a very tongue-in-cheek organisation.
Thank you very much. So I've got time for a question from Yanni, thanks. I'll see how I go for time, Mark. Off you go, Yanni.
I was interested in your submission around putting community boards back into the community, but also wondered if you'd thought about council putting more staff into community boards as well, so that more things could be done locally, which is what we used to do.
Yeah, so I think that is very much what sits behind this. So the conversations we have with staff about getting into the communities is essentially that they need more staffing to do that. And so, we've suggested that it go in as another capital expenditure. But basically what we're saying, we're not saying we want another lot of data projectors or something like that. What we're saying is that you need the staff and the resources to actually make that happen. And that is absolutely what has to be.
Mark, you've got 30 seconds.
Thank you. Just wanted to understand, has your resident association spoken to the dear old 82-year-old lady who owns the land adjacent to the kart club?
Is that the lady who owned the land? So are we talking about Kay Styler?
That's the one. So are you familiar with Kay, and are you familiar she's the reason behind them needing to move?
Are we familiar with Kay Styler?
Very.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
She's been a neighbour for 30, 40 years.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. I needed to know that because I've been speaking to Kay.
Yeah. Yeah. So she had, and you tell me if I'm wrong, she was involved with something called the Awatea Residents Association, and when they closed down, they passed their remaining bank balance to us, basically. So we've had a lot to do with Kay.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're running to a tight time clock today, so perhaps you can continue that conversation offline later. Thank you very much for taking the time to present a submission and for coming and talking to us today. Thank you, John. Thank you, David.
Yeah, thank you.
So next up we have John Walsh. Welcome, John. You've seen how this works and you've got 5 minutes with us today. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and councillors, I'm here today as an ordinary ratepayer because I consider that the consultation document question how important is completing the restoration of these heritage buildings to Christchurch's future is too general. The preliminary commentary doesn't indicate how each building contributes to the suggested 290 million shortfall. Yet the future benefits of a specific building must be judged against the rates impact of council contribution to repair costs for that building. Absent that information, ratepayers can only respond emotionally if they bother to respond, and they're likely to respond for or against a single building, providing little feedback on the others. Accordingly, I doubt that the responses will be an adequate measure of community wishes. Absent that information, I analysed matters as summarised in the table on page 1 of my submission. At the very least, future consultation should separate the total cost between the buildings and ask submitters to rank the 4 buildings and their response, so that you better understand their willingness or opposition regarding council contribution to each building. After submissions closed, I discovered that the Canterbury Provincial Chambers, which I ranked last, as you'll see on the table, repair cost was estimated at 204 million in 2018. It must be close to 250 by now, I would have thought. Had I known that, I would have been more condemning of that proposal in my submission. There is an error on page 2, a regrettable error on page 2 of my submission. The CPI increase for the most recent period is 3.1%, not the 2.5, making your 7.4% proposal almost 2.5 times recent CPI. Thanks to Donald Trump, 7.4% is now unlikely to be enough. My submission notes that my rates have increased at an average rate of 2.3 times CPI over 15 years. You might be surprised to hear that I do not support government proposals to cap rates increases at CPI. However, I might support a similar proposal in future if you cannot get them below twice CPI. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, John. Your comments are noted by all of us. Thanks for sharing your thoughts and taking the time to come along. There aren't any questions. Thank you.
Fine. Thank you
very much. Next we have Leah Jenkins. Hello and welcome. Is it Leah or Lee?
Leah.
Hello, Leah. I gather you've got someone that wants to film you today. This is being live streamed, but that's still okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Welcome, Leah. You've got 5 minutes.
Okay. Ko Leah tuku ingoa. My name is Leah. First, I want to thank you for this opportunity. I had no idea this kaupapa goes on and that you hear the voice of the people, so it's good to know. So it might not be the last time you see me. So I come with a problem, but also a solution. So, like everybody else in the city, we see the crime rate and the reoffending going on. And what I put this down to is disconnection from community. People that are involved in their community are less likely to offend in their community. So I've been going over to the east side doing courses as I'm from Hornby, and there's nothing over that side. I was involved with Smith Street and the Climate Action Campus, learning horticulture, food sovereignty, and how to grow your own food. Now, for Hornby, what I would like is a community centre where these people that are disconnected from their community then become a part of it, a big part of it by growing food, learning life skills, and then being able to contribute to their community. I have a group of people on the ground that are ready to work. What we lack is space. But when I look around my community, I see plenty of spaces, but obviously I don't know who owns it, where we could set this up. So I'm asking you today for a partnership, at least a discussion on what we can do. Because as I see it, if we can build people's mana and their mauri back up, then we have a real chance at creating better communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Working in partnership is exactly what we aim to do here, and we've got staff here picking up on your points today, so the conversations can continue to be on the table here today. I've got a couple lined up for questions. I've got Mark and Pauline. Keep an eye on the time, please. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
And nice to hear in Hornby. As your local councillor, I'm keen to catch up with you and have a discussion. Are you familiar with both the Hornby Community Centre in the old library building?
Yes, yes I am.
And
Yep.
the other one, 126 on the corner?
Yes.
Yep. And then the other one would be Te Whare Whiro, who do this sort of community garden type work. They're looking at a Hornby urban farm.
Okay. Yes, Peter. Was
Mark.
it? Mark, sorry.
Yep.
Mark Peters,
Yes.
isn't it? Sorry.
That's
We
good.
emailed yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, yes.
So no, we'll catch up offline and see what we can line up.
Okay, cool.
Thank you, Mark. That's a sensible idea. So next I've got Pauline, and if I've got time, we'll have Kelly.
Similar vein, the place to start with this is the local community board, of which Mark is the council representative. I'm glad I haven't been drinking. And so, because it's all local, and that's what community gardens are, local. So you want to start with the community board, but it's really good that you've come here and aired it with us so that we've got a heads up and that we know that you value community gardens and all the benefits that they give us. So yeah, I think the right thing to do is to connect with your board. And good luck, and thank you for really wanting to do this, because I think it's extremely important too.
Thank you, Pauline. Kelly, have you got a question?
Yeah, my question is, but first I think it's absolutely fantastic that you want to get involved in this sort of thing, and I was going to ask you whether you'd had a look around the community to see whether there are other organisations that you could actually work with, and Mark would be a great person to catch up with on that.
Yeah, well, it's been in our discussions for years. You know, there's actually a team of us, and then I was given this opportunity, and they said 5 minutes, and I'm like, right, how often do you get this opportunity? I'm going to utilise it, put it out there, and then see what that comes to.
Thank you very much for that. It's been well received, and I think some conversations will continue beyond the table. Thank you very much for taking the time to come and chat to us today. Okay, and so next up is the Beckenham Neighbourhood Association Incorporated. I think I've got Peter Tuffley. Hello, Peter.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Actually, I think I've got you in for two.
Yeah.
I've got you down as the Neighbourhood Association and then as in your individual personal capacity. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Lovely. The floor's yours, in which case you've got 15 minutes.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair and councillors, and thank you for your very gracious welcome. On behalf of the BNA, let me start by saying that generally we appreciate that circumstances have changed somewhat since the draft plan was drawn up. We support the draft plan in principle, but we wonder how deliverable it's going to be as circumstances develop. We're in very uncertain and unforeseeable times at the moment. And who knows how, what will happen to the cost of what this plan proposes to deliver. We're particularly pleased to see the priority given to water management matters. We supported the council opting for an in-house approach to Three Waters, and we're pleased to see the priority that the draft plan gives to that, both on the operational expenditure and the capital expenditure side. One thing I'd like to emphasise on the BNA's behalf is that we believe that promoting cycling at a time of sky-rising fuel costs now and foreseeably is going to be increasingly relevant and necessary. So we hope that expenditure on cycleways is not going to be a prominent victim of whatever changes have to be made in the light of inflation. At a local level, we bring the Mid-Heathcote River Park Master Plan up every year because we're afraid that if we stop mentioning it, even though it's 15 plus years ago since it was drawn up and then deferred, if we stop mentioning it, the council will forget it as well. So that's why I've mentioned it. As far as restoration of iconic buildings is concerned, I'm afraid we've copped out on that. Sorry, but in the circumstances, while we believe that the council should contribute to this, the question of when and how much is something that seems highly debatable at the moment. We think that at some stage in the future, the council should take a significant part and take a lead, I would hope, in mobilising some sort of community effort, because I think it's going to take the whole community to address the issue of what to do with what is our city-wide heritage. We, as I said, and as our submission says, we generally support the priorities that have been set out in the draft annual plan, especially as regards water and climate change. We hope the plan is deliverable, and only time will tell whether it is or not, and to what extent it turns out to be deliverable. That's all.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you for the time and effort you put into your submission and for turning up today. You raised important issues around that deliverability. And thanks for sharing your thoughts. Do we have any questions from my colleagues? Looks like you've got off scot-free. Thank you very much for coming in and sharing that with us, and we'll take it on board. Thank you.
Very good to see you, Peter.
Oh, you've got your personal one now.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, I couldn't tell whether it was being rolled into one or not. Off you go.
Thank you. I'll give you the good news first. I generally support the plan. I hope it's going to be deliverable. Heaven knows whether it will be or not. But the message I want to emphasise and focus on is really a very sombre one, because unlike anyone else in this room, perhaps, I've lived through what it's like to be a councillor at a time of very high inflation. And even 50 years since the event, I have very, very vividly painful memories of what that means. Just to illustrate what it could mean, imagine what the impact if the projected cost of delivering what this plan proposes were to increase by 25 to 30%. Because that's what it was like in Britain in the mid-1970s, and that's what every council in the country had to face. And I remember vividly, as a member of Surrey County Council Personnel Committee, being confronted with page after page of proposed staffing cuts, knowing how painful and how harmful some of those cuts were going to be. Even some of the Tories hated it. We are in totally unfamiliar and unforeseeable times. And one thing I would strongly advise is to start preparing for the worst. And I don't know how bad the worst could become, but it could become very bad indeed. Start preparing some worst case scenarios and thinking about how you would cope if things get, however bad. Because the worst possible thing to do is to drift blindly and unpreparedly into a cost crisis. Because if you do that, you will end up making hasty, panic decisions. And panic decisions are usually very bad indeed. That's all I've got to say. And I hope you and your colleagues may think I'm being unduly alarmist, and I hope I prove to be. But I have a horrible hunch that however bad things look now, we ain't seen nothing yet.
Thank you. You might say that's all I've got, but it was very impactful and well delivered. Thank you for that, and thanks for sharing your memories and your own experiences and navigating through difficult financial times in the past. Thank you very much for coming to see us. Thank you, Peter. So our last submitter today, waiting patiently, is Diane Owen. Hello, Diane.
Hello. I'm told I'm the last one, so I may get a little bit longer than 5 minutes.
So here we go. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diane Owen, and I'm now at Bellevue Retirement in Windermere Road. So I'm here about a former property I had at 156 McCormick's Bay Road. That's the piece of land at the end of the causeway just south of the Moa Cave. And I've got a written report here, but I've only got 5 copies. So who wants? I've got them here anyway. Okay. Yes, you can sort them out.
Yeah,
Good.
you can share.
Right, thank you.
Colleagues.
So I'd like this to be put to bed, and this is what I've got to say. In 2010, the property at 156 McCormick's Bay was taken from me by the Crown as part of the Port Red Zone Global Settlement. Legal costs I incurred were over $100,000 to overcome the 2007 government valuation. In order to reach the ethics and integrity I was entitled to, this was a lengthy process. It is noted in your document that there is no requirement to offer back to the original owner. If not, My questions are, why not? What is the sale price of this land? And who are the neighbours going to be that want the land? A geotech report dated 21st of August 2007 indicated that a second slip was a rotational landslip that deposited debris, 16 square metres of land that was lost and 9 square metres of damaged land. Probable cause was ground saturation by a leak in a water main in the land above the property. In the conclusion, I formally lodge an objection to the City Council disposing of the land and or potentially selling to the adjoining owner for landscaping, which is reported in the draft annual plan. So I've attached a letter supporting the Redcliffs Residents Association with relative information. And that is, I write to formally lodge an objection to the proposed sale of the above property and to request that no further steps towards disposal are taken until appropriate cultural and archaeological assessment has been completed. I resided on this land for approximately 40 years, and during that time I owned and operated a flourishing homestay business for overseas students. During that time I became aware of an event that I believe is of significant historical and cultural importance. In 1958, a neighbouring resident, Dave Saunders, who later became a respected member of the Christchurch Search and Rescue community, discovered Maori skeletal remains on the property. We lived with that, knowing that they were there, and it was acknowledged. This discovery suggested that the land holds cultural and archaeological significance, potentially as a waihi tapu or burial site. In light of this, I respectfully request that the Council give serious consideration to halting any sale process until a full archaeological and cultural assessment has been undertaken. And I note I have documentation from Roger Fife, Canterbury Museum, stating that the skeletal remains found on the property are not with the museum. Further information is also referred to in Roger Duff's field book, dated 23rd of March 1958. Cranial fragments, the phalange of one leg, together with the accumulation of cut lengths of dentalia, probably from a necklace, are on the property. I further ask that appropriate consultation occur with Heritage New Zealand to ensure the land is treated with respect and care it may warrant. I was advised that the property was deemed as unsuitable for rebuilding. The combined with its potential cultural significance presents an opportunity to preserve the land in a manner that honours the history and origins. Having resided on this land for many years, I feel a deep sense of responsibility to ensure its story is acknowledged. I respectfully ask that the information be taken into account before the irreversible decisions are made. Thank you for your invitation. So I've just made a tribute to the land and I'm a bit emotional. For 40 years, this land was home, a place of living memory and quiet continuity. Seasons came and went like the tide. Lives unfolded, and beneath it all, the land remained constant, holding more than we could see. In time, it revealed part of its deeper story, the discovery of Maori remains. A reminder that the place was known, lived upon, and honoured long before my own presence there. Land is never just land. It carries footsteps, stories, and the imprint of those who came before. Some places ask nothing of us, while others ask to be remembered. Now, as its future is considered, I offer this thought with respect, that this land be allowed to return in spirit and in purpose to its origins, not as something to be built upon, but as something to be acknowledged quietly and with care. After 40 years, I do not feel I am leaving it behind, but rather that it is being entrusted back to where it belongs. And so I'd be honoured to donate a plaque to the community, acknowledging that. So the earthquake was quite traumatic, but I married an American and got on the back of his Harley and have lived happily ever after. But this is quite emotional because it was a beautiful place to live, and the sunrise, the sunset, and just the respect for the people that were there before. So I do hope it's not built on. So there you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane, for taking the time to submit and for coming and talking to us and sharing your own personal memories and reflections on the significance of that piece of land to you.
Yes.
It's the personal stories that we all remember through this process. If you're up for it, I appreciate this is hard. There's a few of my colleagues that do have a couple of questions. Would you like to answer those today?
Yes.
Thank you. I will start with Nathaniel.
Nathaniel, yes,
yeah.
hi. I've met you on the video.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, thanks so much for coming in.
Right.
And having you as the past owner of the property speak is really meaningful for this. And I've been really moved by the outpouring of calls from people all across Redcliffs and Sumner that really care deeply about this and really want to make sure that both past owner like yourself and also, of course, the mana whenua, potentially the descendants of the people who are buried there, that they are consulted, that they're able to have their say in what happens in this land. And I think it's just been really, really good to see that. That's just, to me, it seems like a really strong consensus in the area. Is that the impression that you get from people in the area as well? Like that?
Very much so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's quite a community, and there's some very powerful people there that care as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I've got time for one more question. I'm not sure who was it. I think it was Tyler. Thank you, Tyler.
Kia ora, Diane.
Hi.
Thank you so much for coming in and talking to us about your experiences. It was honestly one of the most beautiful submissions I've had. I just wanted to talk a bit more about the Heritage New Zealand side of things. That was a really good thing that was raised. I'm just wondering with staff, is there anything that we're doing if we were to retain the land? We can't say if we can or not yet, obviously. But if we were to retain it, would we be working alongside organisations like Heritage New Zealand for these things?
We always work with our partner agencies on these things, so if there was a desire to explore further, then absolutely.
And for the process, would that go through the Q&A responses within our in your plan stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you
and
so
then
much.
just following up on that, ensure this goes with our iwi Maori liaison team as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, thank you for that. Thank you very much,
That's
Diane.
right. I have an email from them with the process that's needed.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for coming to share this with us today, and that concludes the annual plan hearings for today, the 2nd.
Thank you.
And we are adjourned until 11:30 on Tuesday, the 7th of April. Thanks, everybody. We're due back in 5 minutes for the resumption of our council meeting.